Available? Not in stores, nor sold on the internet. They can be found on the porches of abandoned homes in Maine, Rhode Island, Birmingham, and Maryland. However, most have been taken up by conspiracy theorists who have given the info needed to complete this article. TSoPUA is a television set created by a now defunct company, Terra Soundwaves. The initials were found sloppily engraved into the back of the set, possibly by a child from the ages of 5 through 7. The set was not popular during the 2 years it was sold, as over 2,000 refunds have been noted. All people who have refunded the television have claimed to have the same set mailed back to them in a large, sloppily closed box. Terra Soundwaves was largely uncredited for doing a large amount of work during 1969 to 1982, mostly on low-budget movies that are presumed lost. The most famous one named One Night More, 1975. The films, the ones that exist now, are not available on any DVD or any streaming site, as the quality somehow grows worse. The audio is much better than most films available in that time period, and strongly sounds like HD audio that wasn't used until the 2000s. The TV set has little to no channels, depending on location. The most channels that were available was 21, not counting 74 blank channels. All blank channels were reported to play some sort of indistinguishable audio, which could only be described as high-pitched whispering. It is not clear where the signals are coming from, or why they played long after the television set and the company were gone. No one shows Man of Fire. Oddly, the only show that was available on the internet during 2009 to 2013. Based on reports, the show was about some sort of superhero made of fire, and the quality suggests that it was created in the early 50s. The last episode is not available, besides one VHS that has been recorded over. Based on the contents that were left on the VHS, the episode is much more violent than the others. How to Please Your Family with Gajo Diana. As stated in the title, this show is about a man teaching husbands and wives how to keep your family happy. If found, tips are not recommended to be used. Only episode is named Cheatin' Ain't a Crime, and it contains speaking out against husbands and wives who divorce each other over adultery. The final line of the episode is, "As long as the other don't know about it, I say cheatin' ain't a crime." The star of the show was arrested for a bank robbery in 1981. TSoPUA show. No subject. Mainly a public access show. It consisted of audio tests during the shows. One person has gone deaf due to the tests and sued the company. This may be one of the biggest contributing reasons that the company went bankrupt. Man Spider. Unrelated to the comics, though it shares the same basic storyline, with changes to the main characters. The animation is primitive. Some have claimed to hear pornography playing in the background. Judging by the quality, the show could have been made from 1960 to 1975. The Show. Yes, that was the title. Simply, The Show. Just discovered in 2008 during a test recording made in 1993, found in the basement of Chath, Orlando. The show is about stuffed animals who put on different shows. Clearly made entirely by a child who, shockingly, is credited as retarded kid who plays with stuffed toys. This may suggest the child had some kind of mental disorder and/or evidence that the people who ran the program clearly mistreated the child. Reports 1986 to 2003. Mike Journey clearly was unhappy to be there. He claimed that during the 24 hours he was forced to watch it, he had to cover his eyes every 5 hours when that loud audio show would come on. Before going back home, Mike told me that he saw a show about Spider-Man. We'll check on this. Marty Smith, a teen who willingly performed the test. Final test for the day. He was more afraid than Mike. We had security cameras on him, unlike Mike. He started out pretty normal. Then, when a yet unknown show came on, he began doubting his willingness to do this. As much as it hurt me, I didn't let him go, despite the fact he was asking us to through the walkie-talkie. He nearly lost his hearing ability due to the loud audio show. At the 12-hour mark, he started crying at another show we don't know about. Finally, a show that had a soundtrack that sounded like the Spider-Man cartoon started playing. This is possibly the show mentioned by Mike, and his head hurt too much to cooperate. We had to let him go at the 14-hour mark. Peter Y. We've told this person to stay off the channel with the loud audio show, now known as the TSoPUA Show. We had to kidnap the... He wasn't cooperating. Mike...
Retarded kid who plays with stuffed toys.
He didn't much mind this one, but then he accidentally flipped to the TSoPUA Show channel, and the current showed his ears bleeding rapidly.
Rushed to the nearest hospital.
However, we did not want the police. We had to leave him on his mother's front porch, who we hope rushed him to the hospital. Sorry. The tests shown here were not run by us. They were run by a group of idiotic teenagers, not yet known their identities. Ian M. I was sold this computer by my friend, Frederick, that had all of these videos on it with these prehistoric shows. I'm willing to sell you these videos, considering you've been trying so hard to obtain that TV. I at least presume these are where they come from. Who am I? A friend. I am. RA. Do not share these. Link provided. Now defunct. Cora Opala. Yo, what the fuck is this shit, man? Some sort of weird old TV station? People have attempted to find the TV set on the streets of the reported areas. Ian and RA both found the set on the porches of abandoned houses. Cora's short comment is merely a comment on the download link. Terra Soundwave's CEO's comment. Despite the fact the CEO is dead, we found a once-lost interview from him from 1974, advertising the set in one part. I just decided that making sound wasn't good enough for my company. We've decided to go the next step, creating a personal television set for the whole family, combined with our amazing audio system. Perhaps it may be as unpopular as our movies at first, but then it may become popular with one popular person who will tell their popular friends. Then they'll pass it on to theirs. Then the whole state will know. Then the whole world will know. We've even got a few personal shows made for it. We're still working out some audio issues, so there may be some channels where we test out our audio, but there'll be so many channels that it'll be unfindable. So, look out for my company's new television set in the summer of '75. One audio leak has been passed around the internet from the Christmas of 1974, where the CEO is heard yelling and screaming at his workers. Supposedly, it was originally from a security tape, which also recorded audio. It isn't all that interesting. That is, until the sound of a gun cocking is heard very clearly, and gunshots and screaming can be heard for 2 minutes and 43 seconds until the audio eventually cuts out. And somehow, this was kept secret. If not for the fact it leaked in 2012, a year after his death. The CEO's name is still unknown, and the only thing that has been confirmed is his death date, June 3rd, 2011. He reportedly shot his son in the stomach during a period of drug use and paranoia, and had a brawl with the police. All remaining sets do not work. All signals have been cut. Don't look for them. A chilly gust of wind swayed tree branches, causing them to dance and tap rhythmically against my window. I had a long history of health complications, but somehow I had survived. At 27 years old, I had outlived almost everyone I knew. The virus didn't affect me for some unknown reason. But now, I had developed a severe case of pneumonia, and things were not looking good. The virus that had wiped out everyone I loved had not taken me. But by the looks of it, an untreated complication of the common cold was going to do just that. The irony was not lost on me. The cold breeze that caused this illness continued to mock me with its eerie tapping on my window. Tap, tap, tap. I had been holed up at this motel room for almost 2 weeks, though it seemed like a lifetime. Any survivors were bunkered in their homes, afraid of exposure, seeking to protect the few that remained. I, on the other hand, had nobody. My breathing was heavy and labored, each breath producing a rattle deep inside my chest, like an abandoned spray paint can. My room was small, dusty, and lit dimly. The room's only source of light was a dirty window, though not much sunlight made it through the overcast skies. A thin layer of dust collected on the surface of the only piece of furniture in the room, an old, wooden table that wobbled upon the smallest nudge. The leather cover of the King James Bible that sat on its surface was hard and cracked. It had not been opened in years, and now served only as a decorative piece. Staring at the wall, I rode a deep hallucinatory trance brought on by my severe fever. The shapes of chipped paint on the wall swayed with the rhythm created by the tree branches tapping. Tap, tap, tap. My bed seemed to be rocking, as if floating through light ocean waves. A blast of hot air hit me. The heater rumbled to life and disrupted my seafaring fantasy. I wished it would turn off. I wished I could get up, open the window, turn off the heater, and let in some revitalizing air. I wished I was capable of taking a deep breath without pain. I wished I could eat a fresh meal. I wished I could kiss my parents, say I love you to my wife, and hug my brothers before they were ripped away. But I could not. I couldn't do any of those things. Grief was killing me. Beridden and clinging to life, I closed my eyes and I drifted away further into the hallucination. Tap, tap, tap. It was mostly dark when I woke. A minuscule amount of streetlight peeped through the window, enough to cast shadows and silhouettes throughout the room. I looked around the room, trying to anchor myself out of my fever-induced dreams. I noticed I was not alone. He was there. He stood directly in front of me, back against the wall. I stared and focused, trying to determine if this was another deceiving manifestation of my fever. "Ah, you're awake," he hissed. "I find this works best when you're awake for it." He took a step forward into the light. He was a tall, slim man wearing a tuxedo, black bow tie, and a black Homburg hat that casted a shadow over his face. He looked up at me and smiled, exposing a row of yellow, shark-like teeth. His lips were blood red, the only source of color in the room. His eyes were sunken in deeper than any man I'd ever seen. His skin was pale, with just a tint of green. But his most disconcerting feature were his arms. Two long, straw-like limbs extended from his shoulders, dropping close to his ankles. "Are you ready?" he said in a hoarse, raspy voice. I lay paralyzed, the walls continuing to spin. I tried to protest, but my mouth gaped open, inaudibly. My body was tense and immobile. My eyes locked with his. "Are you ready?" he repeated, with a tone of impatience. He moved forward, bumping into the end of my bed, causing it to jerk back. His back began to bend forward. His right arm came up, showing his inhumanly thin arms and claw-like nails. They were yellow and sharp, as were his teeth. Tap, tap, Tap. "Why are you here?" said a soft voice off to the right of the room. The man in the tuxedo pulled back, slightly startled. He slowly unarched his back to an upright position, and he turned. It took every bit of effort I had to turn my neck to see who spoke. The room spun. My head was on fire, but my head pivoted to the side. There stood my mother. But it wasn't my mother as I last saw her, taking her last breath, pale and malnourished. I was sure it was her. I would never forget that voice. But she couldn't be more than 28 years old, the age she was when she married. Next to her stood a man I did not recognize at first, hand pressed upon the small of her back. But as I connected the dots, it became clear. It was my father. His face was young, full of life. Life had not yet taken its toll, as when I last saw him. His eyes were full of youth. There they were, side by side, once again. My mother flashed a smirk in my direction. My father leaned over and turned off the heater. "Come on, it's not his time," said another voice. I did not need to turn. I could recognize that voice anywhere. It was my Uncle Dylan's voice. "Were we not enough?" said a fourth voice I did not recognize, coming from the direction of the door. I reverted back to my original position, and through my periphery, I saw a woman I only knew through old photographs. My Grandma Lou sat by the table, with strikingly similar disposition to her son and daughter in the room. Her right hand nudged the table, causing it to wobble back and forth. Her other hand lay over the Bible. The man in the tuxedo smirked. His red lips shone above his razor teeth. He faced me again and repeated, "Are you ready?" My dad, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward from his leaning position and looked at the man. "We had a deal. Why are you here?" he pleaded, in that cool voice that only my father had. "It was him or us," said my mother, softly but firmly. "Why are you here?" they all said. Tap, tap, tap. The man in the tuxedo's smirk turned into a chuckle. The room filled with a putrid stench as his breath made its way around the room. "Didn't you all ever hear?" he cackled. "Never make a deal with the devil." Once again, his back arched over me. The smell of rotting flesh overcame me as his face drew closer to mine. I closed my eyes. His skeletal hand neared me. "You know why I'm here," he whispered. I closed my eyes in anticipation. His hand touched me. Cold. A fiery cold overcame my body. It struck me to my core, diminishing all other ailments by comparison. His finger touched my forehead, but I felt the cold it produced beyond my toes. There was nothing but cold. Silence filled the room. Only the tapping of the tree branch remained outside the window. Tap, tap, tap. A letter addressed to Chief Inspector Edric Rosman. I found new evidence concerning the case of Velatudo Research Center. After 2 years on the trail of the facility, I think we finally pieced together everything. This vital evidence reveals that, as we suspected, the research facility was experimenting on human subjects. This note was found beside Mr. Chase's decayed body. Enclosed within is the note. My name is Leon Chase. Everything I've written here is from personal experience. After what I've been through, I only wish that it not be repeated. I do hope this serves as a warning to others. He's regaining consciousness. Should we commence the operation? No. Subject not stable. As I opened my eyes, everything seemed incredibly blurry. I couldn't remember anything at all. My mind felt completely blank. 3 white figures loomed over me. I could vaguely make out their shapes, but they seemed to be scientists. I wasn't sure if I was hearing things, but they seemed like they were talking. As my vision began to adjust, I noticed the red stains on the lab gowns of the scientists. Panic began to build up within me. As my head was strapped down in a position where I held a very limited view, I couldn't see the faces of the 3 men. Instead, I saw the most horrifying thing. In the background, I saw bodies littered around carelessly on the floor, mutilated, abused. But the most notable abnormality is that everybody had 2 large holes in the backs of their heads. I began screaming hysterically. I saw the 3rd scientist motion for someone to restrain me. An assistant entered the room through a door I could not see. He quickly injected me with a liquid, which I began to realize was a sedative, and a strong one too. I felt my nerves calming, and I ceased to struggle against my restraints. They held me down to the operating table. Finally, the first scientist spoke. "How are you feeling, Mr. Chase?" I was perplexed. How could this madman possibly know my name? "What the hell's going on?" I demanded. Then, the 3rd scientist spoke. "Has no one told you what happened?" "You're answering my questions with more questions. It's not helping me understand anything." The 2nd scientist then bent down and stared at me. I could still vividly remember his face. He looked as though he was in his 30s. His face a deathly pale. His blue eyes seemed to stare right into my soul. "To put it simply, you're dead. At least, everyone thinks you are. I believe we should continue this conversation after we complete this operation, before Mr. Chase's sedative wears out," said the 1st scientist. "Oh yes. Don't try to struggle. it'll only make things worse for you. The operation was no less terrifying. At least they had the decency to give me some anesthesia. I'm not quite sure what they did, but from the sounds I heard, it seemed they made quite a mess of my body. Their operation was very crude. They didn't drain the blood, so all of it was pouring down my face. As they were attaching some mechanical devices to me, the anesthesia wore off. I blacked out from the sheer pain. When I came back to my senses, the 3 scientists were no longer there. I was still restrained, but I was freely able to move my head around. I also noticed there were 2 tubes sticking out the back of my head. I began wildly turning my head around, looking for some desperate way of escaping this nightmare. I sensed a voice in my head. It sounded like the first scientist's voice. Stop swinging your head around. You're still recovering." I wondered how he saw me, since he was no longer there. Either way, I stopped. "It's time we explain to you what's going on," said the second scientist's voice. "What you're hearing is actually signals transmitted directly to your brain. Mr. Chase, could you explain to me how hearing works?" It works by turning vibrations in the air to sound by sending signals to your brain," I said aloud, unsure of my answer. "Exactly. The same concept applies here, only it sends signals directly to your brain. Now, let's tell you what happened." I could not believe a thing they were saying. According to them, a few days ago, while I went to the cafe to grab an espresso, they spiked my drink with a coma-inducing drug. My family brought me to the hospital. After a few days, the hospital had declared me dead. Once I was buried, the research team that had kidnapped me now went to retrieve my body. Why me? Why me, of all people? They did not answer that. Maybe because there was no reason. Let me explain. We are about to recreate what we call the thalamus effect. The thalamus is a region of the brain that's linked to the senses. If we can successfully access it, we can create things from the thoughts in your mind. You'll be able to actually see, hear, feel. You get the point. And the way we'll do that is how? I asked. By scaring the hell out of you. The blood was completely drained from my face, and I thought I was scared out of my senses already. Apparently, these madmen want to scare me even more. Great. Mr. Chase, I want you to relax. During our past observations, you were able to successfully lucid dream multiple times before, making you the perfect candidate. So, just relax and try to dream. As I slipped away, I was suddenly transported into a different world. The whole area was just plain white. I heard the first scientist speak again. "I'll be probing your brain and bringing out your darkest fears. Let us begin." I watched as the whiteness shifted into another world. The atmosphere was bone-chilling. Around me was a deathly black fog. It seemed like a scene from a horror movie, only that you see, feel, and hear everything around you. I walked around and realized where I was. The cemetery. I walked further up and saw my parents and friends lined up in 2 parallel rows, all in open caskets. In front of each casket was a plaque. I knew what was on each of those, the date and the cause of death. I did not dare glance at them. Instead, I kept on walking forward. I did not know what to expect at the end. When I did reach the end, however, it surprised me and horrified me. In the center was a mausoleum-like structure. As I entered it, the door slammed loudly behind me. There were some torches on the walls that gave light to the building. In the center was a tomb. I leaned forward to read it. It said, Leon Chase, 1989 to 2025. Suddenly, everything seemed to get sucked into a black hole. Now, I realize, all those dead, mutilated bodies with the holes in their heads, they were the subjects of the same experiment as me. Then that means, you've done it, Mr. Chase. Thanks to you, we're one step closer to utilizing the human brain to its fullest. But now, you know too much. No, there's no way I'm going to let myself die at the hands of these madmen. I began to violently tear against the restraints. Rethink this, Mr. Chase. Those tubes in your head are keeping you alive. The moment you tear free, you'll die. Please keep that in mind. I knew that either way, I would be dead. I began to gnaw my arm free from the restraints. Attendants rushed in. As they were about to reach me, I gnawed myself free from the restraints and made my mad dash towards the exit. I felt an almost unbearable pain as the tubes disconnected from my head. I saw the attendants running towards me. I stumbled towards a dark, secluded area of the facility, where I lay in now as I write this note. I'm losing blood. I know I will die here. The end has come for me. I only wish someone may find this note and bring light upon the horrors that these monsters subjected me to, and countless others. End of note. There it was, that path, the one I always wanted to travel down. I always loved hiking, and these woods had many beaten paths that just begged to be explored. I had been down many of them, and some had gorgeous views. Others were nothing more than spots that some nature-loving couples used for obvious activities, judging by the discarded condom wrappers and occasional lost pieces of clothing. But this place, it had to be different. At least I hoped so. It was a long hike to get there, and it took me long enough to build the stamina to travel so far. Months upon months of exercise made my endurance much better, and I would rarely get short of breath unless I was sprinting for long distances. I looked better than I did in the previous months, that's for sure. Not only that, but now I was in peak physical condition. I always wanted to look how I did at that point. That gut I despised had finally shrunken away into oblivion, and I'd be damned if I'd let it return. After all, who wants to be fat and unhealthy? But enough about that. Let's get back to the path. As I was saying, this place was beautiful. The trees here seemed older. The air seemed fresher, and the canopy above was so thick, barely a sunbeam would pass through. The path itself seemed old, and it carried an air of mystery that seemed to lure me in. I remember each time I would walk and catch sight of it, it always seemed to call to me. Though I was very tempted, I knew that if I explored it then, I would be too exhausted to walk back out. That is, until now. I was ready this time. The beckoning path seemed to lead me into nothing but pure darkness. But I knew there had to be more than that. There were probably all kinds of beautiful things waiting in that thick foliage, just waiting to be discovered. My curiosity always got the best of me. It was time to explore. The trees were gigantic. They seemed to be nearly ancient. I knew some had to be hundreds of years old. Moss was climbing up some of their trunks, only seeming to increase their age. The place seemed to be untouched by human hands, if not for the scraggly trail. It seemed as though nature would overtake the bare dirt once again, soon. For some reason though, the occasional shiver would tease at the hairs on the back of my neck, making them stand up on end. It wasn't cold. It was at least 70 degrees. So why did I feel so cold? I shrugged it off and decided to put on the hooded jacket I was carrying in my backpack. I searched the area, just soaking in the natural beauty of the forest. Only then did I realize that the canopy formed by the outstretched branches was so thick that what beams of sunlight could come in were hardly any more than thin fingers that could barely illuminate the path. I paused. Did I just hear breathing? I held my breath, checking to see if it was just my own. That seemed to be the case. I only laughed at myself for being so paranoid. But that chill returned as I forced a light-hearted chuckle. My instincts were trying to take control. They were telling me to turn around and go back. They were telling me something was horribly wrong. They wanted the safety of the sunlight. I was being an idiot. I pushed it all away. I disregarded all of those things as paranoia. And just then, I saw a lumbering figure a few yards away. Easily 9 feet tall, though I only caught a glimpse. It seemed human, or at least simian. It passed behind a tree, and I saw no other sign of it. Needless to say, it scared the hell out of me. There were no apes, or for that matter, any other primates that fit a description matching what I had just seen in that area. There was a zoo nearby, but surely it would have been all over the news if something had broken loose. I I tried to convince myself that I was just seeing things, but it wasn't working at all. My mind traveled back to all the thoughts of Bigfoot and how so many jokes were made about how it only exists in blurry, out-of-focus areas, or that he, she, or it was just someone's excessively hairy hippie relative. I didn't laugh though. I couldn't bring myself to. That invasive feeling of being watched was ever so present. Was I being monitored? Now, visibility was damn near gone. Why did I want to keep pressing forth? Was I hoping to discover something? I still don't know why I did that. I broke out my flashlight, shining it around in the thicket of trees, only to make a fascinating discovery. Carvings. There were carvings on the trees. Some of the bark was peeled off of some, and primitive carvings were inlaid in the wood. What struck me as odd was that much of the art I saw resembled the art of evolution. But one thing unnerved me greatly. The final stage, human beings as we know them, was missing. Did this mean that we were just as mythological to Sasquatch as they are to us? I took a step forward to view the carved image a little more closely. A branch cracked beneath me, causing me to let out a startled yelp. This had to be a joke. I had to see what was behind this. I continued on. The terrain began to grow a little more difficult to climb, but I had to know. That was either my best or worst trait. If something intrigues or interests me, I must get to the bottom of it, even if it's the last thing I do. I certainly don't feel that way anymore. Soon, I felt that chill again. I was being watched. That was clear now. Rustling sounds were not heard, but maybe whatever was watching me had lived here since the beginning of its time. One thing began to confuse me though. Another source of light was nearby. There was a dull, yellow glow to it. It appeared someone had made a fire nearby. Maybe I could ask them for help with finding my way out. I was definitely lost by now, and it was probably dark, even outside these woods, at this hour. I could also smell meat cooking, only reminding me of how long it had been since I'd had a good meal. I turned off my flashlight, following that dim light. I decided to look into this further, walking as quietly as I could until the fire came into sight. It was a rather small fire, but what I saw frightened me. There was a group of them, these simian bipeds, fitting the classical description of Sasquatch, gathered around the fire. They seemed to communicate in grunts and guttural vocalizations. But it was not so much their presence that frightened me. It was the meat they were preparing. A sharpened stick was driven through what had obviously once been 2 human legs, arms, and a torso. The head appeared to be missing. The grunts suggested that they were communicating, but I found myself stumbling backwards in terror. My flight reflex was taking over. I could fight my instinct as much as I wanted to earlier, but this time I would let them take control. My heart was racing in fear, and I spun around. Only one way left. I was going back the way I came. Now, with only my flashlight to guide me, I had to find my way out. Running on adrenaline alone, I was terrified. But I knew that getting out of here could be a life or death decision. Once I had made it back to the strange carvings, something made my heart feel as though it was about to leap through my chest. Leaves and branches were snapping, but I was standing still. This only made me start running again, faster this time. But was there any hope for me? Whatever it was, knew this forest better than I did, and there was no time for me to summon up a little plan to outsmart this thing. All I could do was hope I was in better shape than it was. It was in pursuit of me, but fortunately, I seemed to be a step ahead. There was no way I could lose it in the forest, but at least, if I made it back to civilization, it would most likely flee. After all, what's more dangerous to a beast than a group of intelligent prey? I could see the opening to the path I had entered from, and somehow it was still just barely light outside. The fiery glow of the sunset was lighting the sky and casting a tangerine glow over everything in sight. I would have taken pleasure in the beauty of it if I wasn't so positive I was being chased. My legs were carrying me as fast as they could, and I was finally out into the clearing and on the beaten trail that others before me had worn. If I knew anything right now, it was that I should not look back. I had to keep running, find my way to the car, and drive back home. I didn't even listen to find out if I was still being followed. My red sedan came into sight, and I quickly swung my bag off one arm and tugged the keys from my outside pocket, unlocking the vehicle and getting inside, just hoping to not hear anything. Before peeling out of the stretch of country road that led me there, I did see one thing in my rearview window. A bipedal simian, akin to the missing link, covered in dark hair with a sloping forehead. I could see it baring its teeth, as if challenging me. When the engine to my vehicle started and I revved the motor, this primitive beast fled in what I suppose may have been terror. It was a rather quiet drive back home. After I finally got the chance to get inside the house and relax a little, I began to realize something. Sasquatch, or Bigfoot, whatever you want to call the apparent missing link between humans and their simian cousins, were always thought to be peaceful. But several people disappear every year and are never found. Yes, there are many reported sightings of such beings, but did you ever think that they haven't been collected by scientists and researched because so few have lived to tell about them? I don't know if I'm correct, but the human remains roasting over that fire suggest that I am. Is it possible that this strange race is jealous of humanity for its advanced technology? I may never know, but I can tell you one thing. I'm not about to return to that path to find out. This story goes back to September of 1983. We decided to go on a patrol camping trip so that we'd get some prizes at the end of the year. Our scout troop, we owned a campsite up on top of a big, rocky hill. It was just our rotten luck that when we agreed to start the campout, there had been a steady rain going on all day, and it didn't look like it was going to stop for hours. But our parents were all either going away for the weekend or thought rain was no reason to cancel a camping trip. Anyway, it was just barely going to be warm enough for this to be our last chance to have a patrol campout that year. There were 4 of us, trudging up one of the thin paths of the hill, along with our limited gear under dismal green ponchos. There was me, Eric, Tony, and Sam, in that order. We were miserable and irritable, all of us except for Tony. We had reached a point where we enjoyed hurting Tony. Tony was one of those kids that got put into Boy Scouts only because they have a parent that wants free babysitting. I imagine that most of the time, his mum mostly talked to him by yelling at him, and the only way he knew how to relate to the rest of us was to annoy us. He was also the youngest guy in my patrol, and the shortest, so it was fairly easy for us to pick on him, especially when we thought he was doing his best to bring it on himself. I think Tony was delighted that the rest of the patrol was already on edge, so it would be easier for him to get a rise out of us. At that moment, he had decided to focus on Eric. Eric was a real goody-goody, most of the time. He was a pretty good athlete and a straight-A student. I was pretty sure he'd never had a puff of anything or drank any booze or anything like that. But he loved beating on Tony as much as the rest of us did. That seemed to be his only vice, and frankly, it kept the guy from freaking me out, being too perfect. He'd certainly looked ready to give someone a beating when I glanced back at him during that little hike. "Hey, Eric," Tony said. I glanced back over my shoulder. Tony had run up next to Eric like a puppy dog, because he knew otherwise Eric would ignore him. There was just barely enough room on the path for him to do that, if he turned himself sideways. "What?" Eric said. "I can read your mind." Sometimes, Tony would be a bit weird, or still act like a little kid when he pestered us. "Okay," Eric said. I looked forward again. "Think of a number. I can guess it." Tony was pitching his voice up. "Okay," Eric said. It's 30, Tony told him. No. You're just saying that. Really, I was right, wasn't I? Huh, it was, wasn't it?" From the sound of ponchos rustling, I assumed that Tony had begun to push up against Eric. He would do that for minutes on end if you'd let him. "Get away from me," Eric said. I didn't see it, but it was obvious even before I turned around what had happened. Eric thoughtlessly pushed Tony away, just wanting the little creep off him. As narrow and slippery as the trail was, he had pushed Tony off it. Tony screamed as he went down the very steep portion of the hill, almost catching several trees before having his legs tripped out from under him by a stump. The stump was unfortunately only a little ways uphill from a large sandstone rock. Tony went into it head first, with the loud sound of a crack ringing out. I stared at him for half a minute or so, and he didn't so much as twitch from what I could see. "Oh my God," Sam said, after a long silence, which seemed to snap the rest of us out of it. "Let's go help him." "Yeah," I said. Back then, this meant running down there to carry him to the nearest house, since cell phones for kids were still decades off. I tried to start down the trail, but Eric was still standing in the way. He turned to me. "We've got to tell people what happened, right?" Sam stopped and looked over at us. Eric looked down at him. "We got to tell everyone that he slipped and fell, right? We've got to help Tony," Sam shouted. "And we will," Eric said. "But first, we need to be clear. We all remember it, right? He slipped off the trail. We all saw it." "I don't know," I said. "I didn't see it happen." Eric looked at me and nodded. That seemed good enough for him. Then he looked back at Sam. "You pushed him. We have to help him," Sam said in bewilderment. Sam had never been the cleverest guy in the patrol, but I would have thought he'd have the sense to play along under the circumstances. "We will," Eric responded. "But first, I need you to tell me that you remember it correctly. He slipped, and he fell." I nodded desperately at Sam, gesturing for him to tell Eric what he needed to hear, so that we could just get down there and try to help Tony. "No," Sam said. Eric stared at him. "All right," Eric said. "Let's go." We walked quickly, not about to run for fear of slipping and falling like Tony just had. "It wouldn't have done you much good anyway," Sam said, after a little while, apparently trying to help Eric feel better. "Tony still would have told everyone you tried to kill him, no matter what we said." "Yeah, but that's Tony. Who'd have cared if the rest of us had our story straight?" Eric answered, his voice flat. He seemed to speed up from behind Sam. "Which way do you think would be the fastest to—" "Hey!" Eric grabbed Sam. Sam yelled as Eric dragged him to the edge of the path. "Say it," Eric said. "Say that you'll tell everyone what really happened." Eric sounded a little more scared now. He held Sam at the edge of the path, seemingly ready to let him fall. "Fuck you," Sam yelled, and he began to flail. He hurt Eric more than I would have expected, judging by how Eric grunted. Maybe it was pure adrenaline, but Sam somehow got free and began pushing him to the other side of the trail, right into a cliff. "Jesus Christ, stop fighting," I yelled at them. I may as well have been speaking Chinese. I took a few steps closer, and there was a look of murder in both their eyes, so I stepped back. Sam got his hand on Eric's chin and pushed his head into the rocks behind him as hard as he could. Eric was really trembling then. It was as if he was experiencing a panic attack in the middle of the fight. Even so, he wasn't going to just take Sam's beating. He grabbed Sam again and kind of picked him up like Sam was a tackling dummy, and then charged forward blindly. Sam's poncho was covering his face. He misjudged the distance to the edge of the path, and both Sam and he went rolling down the hill. They struck against trees with sickening noises as they fell to a level area. They were much more fortunate than Tony. I could see their movements and hear them screaming when they had stopped falling. But neither of them even tried to get up. I walked as quickly as I safely could down the trail, and then I looped back around to where Sam and Eric were. Both were yelling for my help at first, but as I proceeded down the trail, Eric abruptly went quiet. "My leg's broken," Sam told me, as soon as he saw me arrive where they'd fallen. "The bone's sticking out." It was true. His poncho had folded up, and I saw the bulge in his lower left pant leg, beneath the knee. Blood had soaked through his pants with the rainwater. "Hey," Eric said flatly. His lack of emotion made me look over at him as Sam screamed at the both of us. "I think I hurt my spine. I can't move my legs. I can't feel them." From what I could see of how his body was twisted, that was probable. I didn't know then how Eric could be so emotionless about it. But in hindsight, of course, he was in shock, if not in total psychological denial. "All right, guys, I'll go and do what I can for Tony, and then I'll get help for everyone," I said. Sam screamed at me that was the wrong thing to do, that I should leave the park and get help immediately. For all my first aid training, I didn't know if either of us were right. I thought maybe there might be something I could do with the first aid kit for Tony, whose injury had seemed the most severe. Maybe Tony had vomited and I had to clear his breathing passage. I had to check on him. I tried to assure them before leaving. Sam swore after me as I ran over to Tony, whilst Eric remained quiet. I ran over to where I'd seen Tony's head hit the rock. I had walked by it on hikes and camping trips numerous times, and I knew the rocks and trees. I had seen the rock that Tony had hit his head on numerous times, and I knew when I'd reached it. When I did, I froze for what felt like minutes. Tony was gone. There was no sign that he had ever been there, except for some blood that had pooled by the rock where he'd struck his head. It was still wet and red on the sandstone. I looked around and I called for him. I ran a short distance each way around the rock. I didn't see any sign of him. Not a footprint in the mud, nor a drop of blood. Nothing. I noticed something else as I searched though. Sounds seemed to be fading away. I could hardly hear the rain around me. I couldn't even hear my footsteps in the shallow puddles on the ground. I couldn't even hear Sam, although I had seconds before. My own voice seemed muffled to my ears. I had been afraid before, but I'd never known the sound to fade away like that. I began to feel something. Not the feeling you get when you're being watched, but the one you get when someone you truly fear is standing right over you. I turned, and there was, of course, no one there. The feeling didn't let up though. It seemed to grow stronger and stronger. There was nothing to hear, not even my own breathing, nor the beat of my heart. I ran back to where I'd left the other two scouts, as fast as I ever had run towards anything. Slowly, I could hear again that Sam was still screaming in pain and cursing out at us. Eric had barely moved his head to look at me when I arrived. Sam went quiet after I told them of Tony's disappearance. How was all Sam could think to say. I felt that sensation again, a presence all around me. It was faint, but quite noticeable. I don't know. Sam, how's your arms? Can I carry you out of here, strap style? I had 2 years and 18 inches of height on Sam, so I knew I could carry him out. Sam said I would. Whatever presence I was feeling, he seemed aware of it too, through his pain, and he didn't need to be sold on the idea of being taken out of that park. Painful it would surely be, but better than the alternative. I quickly pulled out my first aid kit, left my pack on the ground, and hastily made him a splint. He screamed as I lifted him up on my back. "Wait, what about me?" Eric asked, some emotion back in his voice now. I glanced over to him. His eyes were wide, and his skin was becoming pale. "I can only carry one person. We'll get you help as fast as we can." "But what if whatever made Tony disappear comes back?" Looking back on Eric, I find it hard to fault him now. He was just a kid. He'd made a terrible mistake, meaning only a little, if any, harm. In truth, a smaller amount of harm that we'd all inflicted on Tony time and time again. Then, he'd seen all his life, all his accomplishments, his future, all about to be destroyed over something that, really, could have happened to any of us. He had overreacted, like probably many of us would have, back when we had little life experience and the perspectives of a guy in his lower teens. But at the time, I just glared at him for a second as he lay twisted and helpless on the ground, reaching up to me. "Maybe you deserve it," I told him. I turned my back on him, and I began carrying Sam out of the park. "Hey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt Tony. I wasn't going to drop Sam. I was bluffing. I'm sorry. I'll do anything you want. Just get me out of here. I'll give you everything. Please. Please." His voice faded quickly, and the sounds of rain and Sam's pain resumed. As I walked, the feeling of that presence faded as well. I had almost a mile to go in the rain before there would be a house with a phone. Sam was moaning and wincing practically with every step. I made slow, frustrating progress for a few hundred yards before I slipped and landed heavily on my left knee. Sam screeched in my ear after his upper chest hit my shoulder. "I think I broke a rib back there. You can't carry me like this." I didn't know how he could have a broken rib and only started to feel it now, but I wasn't about to argue. As carefully as I could in my anxiety, I placed him on the ground in a sitting position, and I switched the carrying style to firefighter so that he was now mostly over my shoulder. "Is that better?" I asked him as I had hoisted him back up. He had winced again as I held him. "It still hurts, but it's better." We rounded the curve on the trail, and we were approaching a fairly gentle slope where the parking lot was situated. I thought of it then as the end of the park. Sam had begun to feel easier to carry, so I felt then I would be able to make it out of this forest. I remember that since I'd been in the park many times before, and even with another scout on my back, being carried like this who was constantly voicing his pain, things were coming back to normal. Whatever feeling I'd experienced over where I'd thought Tony disappeared was going away. Things began to feel so normal that the idea Tony had just gotten up and walked away and emergency services would soon find him was believable. I guess what I felt then was that all I had to do was carry Sam, and then it would be up to the adults to take care of all this. Oh Jesus, Sam suddenly said quietly, "Run. Run. Run. Fucking run." Before I could ask or turn to see what I was to run from, he struck me as hard as he could on the side. He did this again and again, even after I started running. It was difficult to run even a few steps with such a heavy, awkward weight. It became easier when I noticed something that was already too familiar. Sam's voice became quieter, even as he thrashed and screeched more shrilly on my back. He might have said what it was or described anything about it, but within seconds, he was as muted as my silent steps in the puddles on the pathway. I reached the bottom of the incline. Sam was convulsing then, which I felt was a sign that whatever I was trying to flee was getting closer. He was still hitting me in the side, but it was weaker, more erratic. The path up the hill was full of loose rocks and gravel. In weather like this, it was impossible to keep a solid foothold. But by some miracle, I was able to run up it and maintain a hold on him, even as he seemed to practically be trying to break free, and I was trembling. I remember thinking that I faintly heard something then, something like a splash. That had to be a good sign. Halfway up the hill, I felt a horrible sensation in my feet. They were going numb. I remember not quite understanding why, and even with all the momentum I'd built up, my feet landed awkwardly, like I'd slipped on ice, but still landed on my feet. I barely had time to feel the pain in my ankles, because they went numb as well. I was barely able to stumble forward before the numbness climbed up to my knees. My legs were useless then. I fell forward, practically face first. Sam got free, even with his fractures, flipped over, and crawled up the hill. I tried myself. I could feel the numbness had reached my ribcage by then, but I dragged myself across the rocks. I remember perfectly the sight of Sam dragging himself too, while twitching and trembling as he crawled. A solid force hit the back of my head. It felt like a construction beam dropped from a crane. My face slammed into the ground, rocks stabbing into my cheeks hard enough to break the skin. I seemed to lose all fight and flight instinct. I just lay there, like a breathing corpse. Even if I hadn't been numb, I didn't have any energy, any hope, any understanding of what was happening to me. I didn't even have the courage to lift my hood up and see what was happening around me. I don't know how long I lay there. The numbness left me, but I still did not lift my hood. So little light was coming in under my hood. I might have fallen, and I wouldn't have been able to tell. A long time later, the rain stopped. Long after that, I began to hear again. I heard birds tweeting, cars driving by from what sounded like miles away. I didn't move. After a long time of only hearing the sounds of nature, I heard footsteps approaching me. They stopped suddenly, and then clearly changed to those of someone running up to me. "Are you all right?" An old man. He leaned over me and pulled my hood up. I looked up at him. Rocks still stabbed into my face. He winced as he saw me. "Christ, kid, what happened to you?" "I don't know," I said. I still don't know, and I still don't want to know. I know that Eric, Tony, and Sam were never found, nor was any trace of anything that may have made them disappear. Staying away from forests isn't enough for me. I have developed a need for sound. Always, after a minute without hearing anything, my anxiety creeps in. Sleeping without noise is impossible. If whatever got my fellow scouts comes for me, I need warning. That brings me to the reason I'm sharing this. Lately, even with music at full volume, and me screaming my lungs out, I've been experiencing minutes of silence. At home, at work, out driving, when I've gone on visits, I've been experiencing it. It has been many years since the end of my last camping trip, but it seems like I'm about to feel that presence again. When it wants to, I believe it will make me experience a silence that will never end. I went camping about 3 weekends ago in the Huntsville National Forest in Texas. Me and 3 friends that came home for the weekend. They're all in college, and usually we all get together at least once a year. Old friends from high school. For the camping trip, we plan to go backpacking deep in the forest, live off of fish that we catch and animals we can trap. We have been doing this for a while in Texas and in numerous places. Arizona, Colorado, if anyone is familiar with the Spanish Peaks there. New Mexico. So, we're pretty much used to anything you could encounter out there. It was my turn to pick where we went camping, so I chose Huntsville. More accurately, it's Huntsville, New Waverly. So, we drive up there. We park our car in a camping park spot and start walking off into the forest. We had some laughs along the way, everyone catching up with each other's lives. We walked until it started to get dark, and we set up our camp where we stopped. Everyone gathered wood to make a fire, and we set up our tent. We then did what we always do. Try to scare each other with weird stories. Around this time, we started to smell something very faint. It was noticeable, but not overbearing. We couldn't quite put our finger on what it was, so we just carried on. Mike had to go and piss, and he walked off into the forest. A second later, he came running back, piss all down his jeans, like he'd missed really bad. Immediately, we all crack up and throw some jokes at him. Then we notice he was white as snow, trying to catch his breath. He starts screaming, telling us to follow him, and he runs off. We all get serious now, and we go follow him, not knowing what the problem was. We begin to hear a faint scream and some crying in the distance. It was coming from the direction we were running in. It was pitch black away from the camp, and Mike had the only flashlight. We all left ours at the camp. He had his from his trip taking a piss. So, at this stage, we didn't have much choice but to follow the light, which was frantically pointing here and there in front of him. The scream gets closer, and Mike begins to slow down. We then noticed something. A ratty old cabin. It looked like it was abandoned, except for a faint light that we could see from one of the old mildew-covered windows. The crying was intense. Whoever it was, they couldn't breathe enough to let out a full yell. We all followed Mike up to the front door, and we could all hear the crying from inside. As soon as he knocked on the door, it stopped. We all waited, and we heard these really heavy footsteps walking fast to the door. There was a gigantic slam against the door and the sound of a bolt unlocking. Then, nothing. We waited for a bit, knocked a few more times, but still, nothing happened. We walked around the house. There was no fucking way any of us were leaving each other's side, and we noticed a window, which was a good ways up. Alex took a deep breath, and he asked us to give him a boost so he could see inside. Me and Mike lifted him up to the window. We watched as he brushed away the dirt and webs from the window, and he placed his face close up, trying to see something. There was a quick beat. Then suddenly, he breathed in fast and let out an almighty scream. He then fell back from the window, screaming bloody murder the whole way. We all tried to calm him down, but he was hysterical. We ran to him, but he started to shake, punch, kick, cuss, you name it. And then, he took off running towards the camp. None of us wanted to be separated, so we all ran close behind him. We caught up to him and grabbed him and set him down. The fire was dying out now, so I grabbed some nearby wood and I threw it on the fire. My hands were shaking and I had to do something. I went back to Alex and we all tried to calm him down. He wouldn't though. He kept on screaming and he was breathing so hard that he eventually fainted. All of us are terrified at this stage, and we all kept the fire high until sunrise. Periodically, Alex kept on waking up, screaming just like before. By sunrise, he was up, and he looked catatonic. He was just mumbling to himself and making these whimpering sounds. Me and Mike decided to go and look at the cabin now that it was daylight. We searched where we thought it was, except there was nothing there. Nothing at all. The indistinct smell from last night had now grown into a very strong smell of something dead, something stale. We headed back to the camping site. When we got there, we found Alex had chewed into the sides of his face, and he had swallowed so much blood that he was throwing up. John was at his back, and he looked like he was about to die from exhaustion. I guess we all looked that way. I just didn't notice until I saw his face. Alex said quietly that we need to leave, now. We all began to pack up the tent. It started to rain, really heavily. This was about noon, and the sky had begun to grow really dark. Alex started to go into a panic. He went and grabbed a large stick and he yelled at us to leave it and leave. He threatened to knock us out and drag us out of there himself. Mike started to yell at him and they started to fight. We broke it up, and we finished packing, and then started to make our way back. After a little while, we arrived at a creek. We had only crossed it the previous day, but now it was completely flooded over, and the water was moving way too fast for us to cross. Alex started to scream again, yelling at Mike for taking his time packing up the tent when we could have been getting out of there. This went on for a while, until we finally convinced Alex to calm down and tell us what happened. He told us, as soon as he put his face to that glass, a face on the other side did the same thing, and it started to smile, really big. It had dark eyes and a dark mouth, which was much bigger than Alex's. As the smile got as large as it could, a giant shadow from behind it swung something down and sliced its face off. The face was stuck to the window, and he said it started to laugh quietly as it slid down. Mike, still pissed off, and though he wouldn't admit it, beginning to get freaked out, started to argue with him again. We eventually started to follow the creek, looking for a way to cross. We then began to see toys floating in that creek. Really old toys. Old Barbie dolls and baby dolls. This wasn't like any old trash floating in a creek though. This was a lot of Barbies. A lot of baby dolls. One of them washed up towards the side, and Mike picked it up. It had some kind of voice chip in it. It was dying, and it started to say some gurgling words we couldn't understand, followed by its sad excuse for laughter. Then, it sounded like it was whispering. We thought the batteries must be dying, and he threw it down. We kept on going, and the sun was starting to set. Alex was freaking out more now. He was whimpering and breathing heavily. We all started to see shadows moving behind the trees. Something that we all called bullshit on, until we all started seeing it. It was barely light out now, and we stop in our tracks as we see that cabin right in front of us. None of us know what to think. Mike speaks up. "This is bullshit. I'm going in there," he said. Alex tried to stop him. We all did. All of us just wanted to go home. Mike tells us all to fuck off, to do our own thing. He doesn't care anymore, that this is all bullshit. We start to hear hundreds of those same kinds of baby doll noises as before. Laughing, whispering, trying to sing. We start to move forward past the cabin, all of us, and we kept pushing forward. We could smell something dead in the air, something stale. That same something as before. We began to hear something crying and something screaming. We kept on going, and eventually, we crossed the creek and left those woods. We get back to our vehicle and we get in. It's pitch black now, and we just drive. We're about to get on the 45, but the road is under construction, can't be accessed. It points to a detour. As we head towards the detour, it seems to be small, a bumpy dirt road going into the woods. Then, we see a young girl come up to us. She looks as though she was in trouble, young and pretty. She approaches the passenger side, and she looks like she's really drugged up, or maybe beaten. Alex doesn't roll down the windows, nor does he open the door. She reaches for the handle, and he immediately locks it. She puts her face to the window and she starts to smile. Really big. We floor it. Alex starts to cry and scream, and we're all breathing heavy. We finally cut on a street that takes us to the 45, and we take it the whole way. When we get back to my apartment, everyone doesn't know what to say. We all just break apart, go our separate ways. Mike messages me later and says he's going back. I try to convince him not to, and all he does is say it was just our minds. They were screwing with us. I think he just went to prove himself he wasn't scared. I can smell that stench everywhere now. I don't go out anymore. I just stay in, and I never answer the door. Last week, everyone I met was acting really strange. People that I knew for a long time, and total strangers. My own dad, when I went to his place to eat supper with him, he just watched me, strangely, when I was sitting down. He didn't say a word the whole time. I kept asking him, "What's wrong?" And he just slowly shook his head. When I was leaving to go home, I turned to wave. He had black eyes and an open mouth, like he was in pain. When I started to walk back, he shut the door and bolted it. I stayed there knocking and knocking. Nothing. I called him. His phone was disconnected. I even called the police. Halfway through the questions they were asking me, the connection started to fade into static. I could hear a faint mumbling, singing, and laughing. Mike has completely vanished. There is not even a record of him being alive. When I call Alex's house, they talk to me like I'm some salesman. They tell me they don't know any Alex, and to please stop calling. The person who says that to me is Alex's mother. I can't even get a hold of John. Someone knocked on my door, and when I went to look, I saw a face completely covering the peephole, and a giant smile started to form. I called the cops again, and instead of it turning to static, they got really strange.
Sir, are you affected by any drugs at the moment?
No.
Are you coming home anytime soon?
Excuse me?
Come home.
And the phone call ended. My mail slot swings every now and then. Someone is sliding pieces of baby dolls through it. I try to call people now, and all I can hear is static and those bad baby doll noises, and this crying and screaming. My TV is busted, but when I go to piss, I can hear it turn on. Maybe I'm going insane. Whoever lives above me, they've started to scream in pain and crying deeply recently. I hear these giant footsteps from their apartment. I hear bangs and something falling to the ground. From the neighbors to the right of my apartment, I hear what sounds like a baby, one that never gets tended to. And then, it sounds like a baby doll whose batteries are dying. My phone has been ringing now, and it's Alex. He's telling me things in a language that I've never heard before, nor could even manage to identify. I kept on getting emails, pictures of black and small colorations. Now, I can't even access my email. Someone knocks on the door. Then, They slam against it. I hear the bolts unlocking, one by one, and I run to make sure to lock all of them back. Then, I sit down, and I begin to cry. If you think you saw something, no, you didn't. That's the first rule they teach you in these woods, especially as a forest ranger. It's not some quirky saying. It's the rule. You learn fast that the things you think you see, they're better left deep buried in the back of your mind. Because when you start asking those questions about those things, bad things happen. Really bad. I've been a ranger for almost 5 years now, and I'd like to say that I have a handle on things. The forest is peaceful, a place to lose yourself, to think. Sure, there's the occasional weird noise in the distance, the rustling of leaves in the dead of the night, when there's no one around and no wind. The flicker of movement right out the corner of your eye. But that's just nature, right? Well, 2 weeks into my job, I found out firsthand why we have that rule. I was doing my regular rounds, checking the perimeter, making sure the trail markers were still intact and that the cabins were locked up tight. The usual stuff. There's a trail about 5 miles into the woods that people like to hike on. A perfect place for a little solitude, and quite picturesque. It's calm out there, quiet. You don't expect anything to happen in a place like that. But that day, something felt off. The trees felt taller, the air heavier. It was a late afternoon, and while the sun should have been setting soon, it felt like it was setting faster than usual. I shook it off, focused on the job. As I was picking up some trash from the trail, the wind suddenly picked up, making the trees sway and creak. But then, something caught my eye. Just off the path, I saw movement. A figure. It wasn't a person, but it also didn't look like any animal I've seen. A silhouette, shifting behind the trees, far enough that I could not make out the details, but close enough that I knew it was there. My heart skipped a beat, but I forced myself to think it was just some lost hiker, maybe an animal, moving in the underbrush. I called out, but the forest swallowed my voice, the wind carrying it away. I stepped off the path and approached the area where I thought I'd seen it. But when I reached the spot, there was nothing. Just woods, silent and empty. I searched for a few seconds, but I found no footprints, no signs of anyone or anything being there just a few moments ago. I started walking back to the trail, and then I heard it. Footsteps, right behind me. Light, as if someone was following just a few paces behind. My pulse quickened. I turned to see who or what was behind me. Nothing. I'm not an idiot, and I'm not crazy. I knew better than to ignore it, so I quickened my pace again. I tried to convince myself it was the wind, a trick of my mind. But the footsteps didn't stop. They stayed right there with me, shadowing mine, perfectly in sync. And then, it stopped. That sudden silence, minus the crunch of my boots on the trail, made the whole situation even more terrifying. I paused for a moment, too scared of what may happen if I turned around now. So many choices ran through my head, until I decided on one. Well, I wouldn't say I decided, more like my body chose for me. A surge of adrenaline pushed me to start speed walking back to the ranger station. Something in me screaming that if I started running, I would be dead. My heart pounded as if I was in a marathon, with each stride goosebumps formed. The crisp wind moving through my hair to my face and carrying the scent of vanilla through the air. The smell reminded me that any animal could find where I am, especially the thing following me. I reached the station and I locked the door tight. After a few minutes of nothing, I sat behind the desk, chuckling at myself for getting all worked up and for believing the other rangers' stories. A couple of them even went as far as to claim they saw stuff. At first, I thought they were just trying to mess with the new guy, get him all scared before the first watch. In that moment of giggling at their stories, I realized one of them lines up exactly with what happened outside. The following footsteps, the feeling of being stared down, the shadow, even the time of year is exactly when they said it happened. Trying to clear my mind from that, I decided to examine the trail cam footage on the old monitor. This was the most peaceful part of the job, just staring at the footage, taking notes about animals and stuff. It was nice. A bit too peaceful, given the fact I fell asleep in front of the screen for a little while. A loud noise jolted me out of my sleep, causing me to fall out of that chair. I picked myself off the floor and walked over to the window to investigate. Flipping on the floodlights outside the cabin, I see only a large branch lying just in front of the porch. At first I didn't think much of it. This is a forest. Branches fall. But then, I immediately remember this station is in the middle of a clearing. The only way a branch that size would end up here is during a hurricane, and it most certainly was not that. I tried hard to rationalize this, looking for any reason to explain how this hunk of wood got here. I walked away from the window, over to the coffee bar, landing on the reason being a giant gust of wind flinging the branch to its spot. I took a sip of my coffee, and I quietly hummed to myself. I situated myself back into the semi-comfortable computer chair. A few more reports later, and I'm back to watching the cameras and naming new faces. So, Moon had given birth earlier in the year, and the Rangers had fell in love with the two cubs, due to their fur making it look like Light has eyebrows and Shine has a little mustache. So, one of my duties tonight is to try and spot them, update their information. After 3 hours, I almost gave up hope. But then I saw movement around the cave Moon had chosen as her home for 4 years in a row. But this was not Moon. It looked almost like a deer, only the deer was trying to act human. It stood on its two hind legs and with a hunched back. It walked around the flattened area. Its eyes glowed, bringing in the night vision lens every time it looked in the direction of the camera. Then, it paused. It sniffed in the air, and in that moment, it looked straight at the camera. I jumped back, shocked at the accuracy in its eye contact. I readjusted my chair, and I continued to watch whatever this thing was, writing down every detail I could while it was still visible. It started walking towards the tree, the one the camera was perched on. Its steps were slow, but very deliberate. Once it reached the tree trunk, the thing raised its hand to the bark, and it started shoving. Each push causes the tree, and therefore the camera, to shake immensely. I stood up, and I pushed the chair back, fear now setting in, well and truly. Quickly grabbing the walkie on my belt, I call into the local station near me. Surely someone else is seeing this. The only problem was, every channel I tried was shut off. Or at least, that's what I assumed. At the time, it didn't make any sense. When the fifth station was also static, I gave up on that plan. I looked back at the screen, and I see that this thing's shoving had only gotten more aggressive. By the looks of it, the tree was rocking back and forth at this point. Then, off in the distance, the loud sounds of groaning, cracking, and popping. Moments later, a loud crash followed, and the camera cut off signal. With no other plan in mind, I just scribbled down the events unfolding into the notebook, semi-worried that no one would believe me, but also worried this will be the pages that the police would find for evidence. Things did not stop there. Not even 10 minutes later, another trail cam, the one filming the trail I checked earlier, showed movement. This activity was different though. The dark shape moving quickly, too quickly, back and forth in front of the camera, as if it was playing with it. I continued my notes until I glanced up and saw it staring right at the camera again. Its face was closer than before, close enough that I could truly see what was out there. It wasn't a deer. Not completely anyway. Its head was shaped like a German shepherd's, and its eyes sat too close at the front of its face, once again, glowing in the night vision. The sight of this thing made me scream. I slapped my hands over my mouth, and I stared at that computer screen. It was no longer looking at the camera. Now, it was looking in the direction of the cabin. My eyes clenched shut as a few tears run down my face, the fear taking complete hold of me. Quiet sobs left my mouth as I checked the camera once again. And it's gone. You would expect my reaction to be relief. No, it was not. To the depth of my core, I knew it wasn't really gone. All I could think was, it's coming here. It's coming here. It's coming to me. I started rummaging through the drawers of the desk, wincing at every creak of the steel as they open. In the left bottom drawer, I found a spiral notebook with no cover page. The first thing written, talking about specific animals to avoid due to temperament. I very nearly tossed it aside, but the loose cover page at the bottom of the drawer caught my eye. In case of any emergencies, it read. At this point, I thought anything could help. Plus, this should count as one of those emergencies, right? Thank God for whoever was looking out for me, because on the second page in the notebook, I learned there is a specific flare gun kept behind our antique painting of the forest. I run over to the wall and I take down that painting, setting it on the mantle of the fireplace. And just like the notebook said, a small, recessed shelf hidden behind the picture held a red flare gun with 3 rounds sitting next to it. I hurry back over to the notebook again and see written at the bottom in red, in case of unique emergencies, fire 3 shots into the sky. The sound of leaves crunching loudly catches my attention and breath. I stand there, paralyzed in terror, unsure of what to do. I can't go outside, and I can't fire the flare gun in here. If I open a window to fire, it will definitely get to me before I could even fire off a round, let alone 3 of them. The lack of options getting to my head, I began to pace back and forth. Then, the steps outside stilled, replacing the sound with jagged breathing. Through the monitor, I can see this thing was standing in the middle of the small gravel parking lot, staring at the station with its head tilting ever so slightly. I run into the back office, flare gun and cartridges in hand, and I lock the doorknob and the 2 deadbolt locks. I always thought these were for bear attacks, but it seems situations like these have happened before. Looking around the tattered office, I hope to find anything that could help me. I noticed that the light hadn't been turned on and look up to see a skylight with a small black handle. I grab the stepladder and reach for the handle to see which way it opens. Twisting it slowly, I gently push up and it doesn't budge. The bookcase in the office was at the perfect height and spot to sit with your foot on the step stool for balance, so I did just that. I pushed a little harder, but still, it didn't budge. On a whim, I tried pulling it open, and it worked. I pulled the cartridges out of my pocket, and I opened the window just enough to aim the flares at the sky. I load the first one and aim it at the moon. 1 down. With the other 2 in my hand, I quickly reload another cartridge and I squeeze the trigger. 2. 1 more to go. The sound of a loud stomp from the roof almost caused me to drop the last round. I quickly caught it and shoved the round into the flare gun. The sound of heavy footsteps nearing me, raising my adrenaline and causing me to shake. I aim at the moon and pull. Last one gone. Okay, help is coming. I slam the window shut and twist the handle to lock just as this thing jumped into view. It stared at me through that glass, its eyes wide enough to see the whites. The thing opened its mouth into what I can only assume was a smile, revealing unnaturally sharp teeth. It opened its mouth further, and it let out a shriek. I cower, and I end up falling off the bookshelf, my landing cushioned only by the scattered reports and other papers. Groaning, I pull myself into the fetal position and wait for one of two things to happen. Help arrives and somehow rescues me, or this thing makes me its next meal. The sound of hooves slamming on the glass had me leaning toward the latter being more realistic. I rock back and forth, each slam of its hooves making me wince. It didn't take long for the sound of the glass starting to crack to fill the air. I hold my breath, unprepared for what horror lay in store. And then I heard it. The sounds of multiple vehicles from all around the cabin swiftly pulling up, and the stomping noises stopped. The sounds of car doors slamming and 3 gunshots rang through the air. I looked up at the skylight. The thing was gone. The rangers from the other stations banged on the front doors. It took me a minute to compose myself and then let them in. Immediately, they asked me what happened. I told them everything that happened as best as I could, and I showed them the notes in my notebook to fill in the gaps. I asked them what that thing was, and they said it's best if I don't ask things. I don't want to know. Next time, ignore it, a ranger said beside me. Remember the golden rule. If you think you see something, no you didn't. I live by those words now, and they've kept me out of trouble, for the most part. So, if you also frequent these woods, or any woods, or forest, or bushland, remember, if you think you saw something, no, you didn't. Good luck. I'm sure you've heard of the Ronald McDonald House charity. They provide housing for the families of sick kids when they're in the hospital. Seems pretty innocent, right? Well, there's another side to the charity. There's another type of Ronald McDonald House. One that not many people know about. There's one in most big cities. You won't find it by looking for it. It doesn't even have an address. It doesn't have a sign above the door. It doesn't even have windows. No, the only way you'll see it is if you're taken there. That's how I found it. I've never met my real parents. I've been in and out of foster families and group homes ever since I was a kid. I'm 15 now, and I'm what they refer to as a bad kid. Always causing trouble, always getting thrown out and placed with another unsuspecting do-gooder who thinks they can help me. I always prove them wrong. My caseworker sat across the black metal table, looking weary and frazzled. On the table between us, a thick, letter-sized brown envelope. My case file. Well, your reputation has preceded you, she said. Now, you only have 2 options. Military school, or the Ronald McDonald House, which has miraculously cleared you for acceptance. I didn't have the patience for drill sergeants. And how bad could a halfway house named after a fast food clown possibly be? Ronald McDonald House it was. Dark clouds loomed over me the day I climbed into the back of my caseworker's town car. My few belongings in a backpack and the clothes on my back. That was all I could take. One of those few belongings was a photo album filled with pictures of all the foster families I had been with. It was something to hold on to. It was nice to remember some of them, even though I'd royally messed it up each time. I've had a few cases who went through the Ronald McDonald House, the caseworker said from the front seat. Things went so well for those kids, I never had to transfer them anywhere else. In fact, the house took over their case files and everything. We drove into downtown, past all the familiar landmarks. I had been thrown out of one foster home just outside of town because I'd snuck into the town with some neighbor kids to sneak into a dive bar. Good times. Well, here we are. The car came to a stop. I looked out the window. We were parked in front of a tall, grey, windowless building, sandwiched in between two other industrial buildings on a narrow city street. I noticed there was an address on the building to my left and one on the right, but nothing on this particular building. Not even a sign. Are you sure? I asked, hesitating as I opened the car door and climbed out of the back seat. I slung my backpack over my shoulder, clinging tightly to the strap, and I followed the caseworker up to the windowless metal doors. She pressed a buzzer, spoke to someone inside, and the doors clicked to unlock. We walked in. As soon as the metal doors closed behind us, I noticed the pin-drop silence. It was the kind of silence that's so oppressive and empty, it almost deafens you. Across the dimly lit lobby, there was a glass window with someone inside. A secretary. She was turned away, typing something intently. We walked over to the window. The caseworker rang a bell on the counter, and the secretary spun around in her chair. Her face was painted like a clown. Like Ronald McDonald, in fact. She even had the short, curly red hair. Otherwise, she wore a typical white nurse's dress. I wanted to laugh at how bizarre it was, but I couldn't. A chill swept down my spine. Something was not right. I watched as the nurse and my caseworker interacted. Paperwork was passed through the window. The caseworker slid my case file under the glass as the nurse slid her some papers to sign. As my caseworker signed the papers, the nurse looked at me. Her smile should have been all warm and welcoming, but all I saw in her eyes was hunger. "I can't stay here," I stammered. "Take me to the military school, please." "What's the matter, sweetie?" the nurse asked, her voice muffled slightly by the glass. "Are you afraid of clowns?" I looked into those hungry eyes. Now, there was a malicious glint as she laughed. My caseworker laughed too and said, Now, don't overreact. You'd hate the military school. Besides, this will be good for you." "Yes," said the clown nurse. "This will be good for you." Before I could object, I heard a slam behind me. I spun around to see an open door in the far corner of the lobby, to the left of the front desk window. There was no one there, just some light that flooded in. Then, creeping shadows. Shrill, echoing laughter and growing shadows along the wall inside the door. "Oh," said the caseworker. "Here comes the welcoming committee." As I stared in horror, clutching the strap of my backpack, my caseworker patted me on the shoulder for the last time. "Don't worry, honey. It'll be different this time. You'll feel right at home here. I promise." She turned to leave. I felt bile churning in my stomach. "No," I said desperately. "You can't leave me here." "Oh no, I've got to get going. I never did like clowns." And with that, she left me there. The metal doors slammed behind her, and I was alone. I faced the open doorway by the front desk again. The shadows had almost entered the room now, and the piercing laughter was filling the lobby with sound. I ran for the front doors. I pounded and yanked and pushed and screamed. Screamed for help. Screamed for my caseworker. Screamed for anyone. Please, God. I turned to see the nurse behind the glass smiling at me again. And then they entered. A whole group of laughing nurses with clown faces and that same red hair. Some were male, some female, but all of them had that same terrifying Ronald McDonald makeup. And in the dim light of the lobby, I could see the glint of metal tools in their hands. Bringing up the rear was a pair of clown nurses rolling a metal table, complete with restraints. "Get away from me," I screamed. I pounded at those metal doors again. "Let me out of here." They surrounded me, grabbed me as I thrashed and kicked and screamed, and I tried to tear myself away. They laughed as I kicked and squirmed. They slammed me onto that rolling table and strapped me down. I looked around wildly. I was surrounded. "Let me go," I screamed, twisting and turning, pulling at the restraints. They rolled me through the open doorway and down a seemingly endless white hallway. They laughed and laughed and laughed some more. They waved their shiny scalpels and razors and needles mere inches from my face, just to make me flinch, to make me scream. It made them laugh even harder. The last thing I remember, before one of them finally injected me, was the hands. Gloved fingers prodded inside my mouth and pulled at my lips, distorting my screams, forcing an unnatural grin onto my tear-streaked, sweaty face. Hot, rancid breath was in my face, and a whispered, perverted voice spoke the words, "We love to see you smile." Then, as the maniacal laughter seemed to warp and wind down like a dying record player, everything faded to black. I opened my eyes and was blinded by bright lights above. Shielding my groggy gaze from the fluorescent bulbs, I turned onto my side and looked around. A cell. Tall, white walls, covered in scratch marks and stains. There was a small drain in the corner of my floor. My toilet, perhaps. A door with no windows. And on the floor by the door, my backpack. tried to sit up. My body ached, and the moment I was upright, my vision started spinning. I wondered what they had drugged me with. I realized I was shivering. I looked down. I wasn't wearing my own clothes anymore. I was wearing a dirty, ripped hospital gown, bright yellow, with a pattern of Ronald McDonald's head all over. Nothing underneath. I heard faint, muffled sounds from somewhere in the building. It sounded like screams. I tried to stand, but I couldn't keep my balance. My vision was beginning to stabilize, but my body still felt like rubber. I sank to my knees, and I crawled over to my backpack. Before I got there, I tried to open the door. As expected, it was locked. I slumped onto the floor beside my backpack and unzipped it. All that remained inside was the photo album. They had taken my notebooks and pens and my cell phone. Of course they had. Wearily, I opened the photo album. Instead of the photos that had been in there, were ones of myself with my previous foster families. Photos where I had attempted to look happy and hopeful, even though I knew I wouldn't be there for long. Instead of those photos, there were crime scene photos everywhere. And in each one, I recognized one of my former foster families. Murdered. Covered in blood. My heart raced and my stomach churned. I began to turn the pages quicker. Each page, a new photo, a new family, new carnage. I recognized their faces and the insides of their homes. I had lived with these people, and now they were all dead. I came to the last few pages. There was a photo of a house at night, then the window of that house, then inside the house. A dark hallway with light coming from one doorway. Then a photo of my caseworker brushing her teeth in the bathroom mirror. Then a photo of her looking at the camera in horror. Then a photo of her dead. I turned to the last page. Written inside the back cover of the photo album were 3 words. You never existed. I felt bile rising in my stomach. I threw that book to the ground, crawled over to that hole in the floor, and vomited. They were right. Having killed everyone who ever knew me, it was as though I had never existed. I heard more faint screaming in the distance, and I knew I had to get out. I wiped the vomit off my face with my hospital gown, and I crawled back over to my backpack. Hopefully, they hadn't found my secret weapon. I unzipped the front pocket and reached down into the very bottom, my fingers scraping fabric. Sure enough, there they were, flush with the seams in the bag, nearly undetectable. The pins I used for picking locks. I told you, I'm a bad kid. I leaned against the door and I listened. I could hear footsteps approaching, but just as soon as they arrived, they faded again, in the other direction. I knew I had to work fast. I jiggled the handle with one hand and picked the lock with the other. It was surprisingly simple. Holding the handle, I slowly pulled myself to my feet. I could maintain my balance now. I pulled the door open, just a crack. A clown nurse darted past. My heart almost stopped, but his footsteps, they didn't slow or change, and they soon faded. He hadn't noticed me. I poked my head out the door. There were seemingly endless white hallways going in both directions. The distant screams were louder now, coming from all around. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the hallway and I closed the door behind me. I decided to head to the right. Passing doors identical to the one I had just left behind, I heard screams and sobbing. I stopped for a moment at one door and I heard, unmistakably, the crying of a child inside. I jiggled the handle to see if I could let him out. Locked. I kept moving, looking behind me every few seconds to make sure no nurses had come into the hallway. Then I passed a set of white double doors. I stopped again. The word "Play Place" was written in tall, thin letters across the width of both doors. I heard more screaming coming from within, the screams of multiple people, and laughter. The insane, shrill laughter of those clown nurses. I shuddered. I was afraid to find out what sort of torture was happening inside. I knew I had to keep moving. I saw a door ahead with a stairway symbol, and I headed for it. As I opened the door, I glanced behind me and I saw two clown nurses emerging from that play place room. Their white nurse outfits, they were covered in the streaks of blood. Quickly, I shut myself into the stairwell, hoping they hadn't noticed me. The stairwell was dimly lit, with cement walls, rusty railings. I looked at the door I had just closed. There was a red number 5 on it. I must have been on the 5th floor. I decided I had to get to the ground level. Each of my footsteps echoed as I began to descend the stairs. I couldn't hear the screaming anymore, just a low, deep humming sound, like pipes in the walls. It was a welcome respite. I finally came to the door, numbered 1. The staircase seemed to descend a few floors lower, but I stopped here and slowly peeked through the door. No more white hallways here. No clown nurses to be seen. So far, so good. I stepped through the door and I walked into the hallway. I noticed I couldn't hear any screaming on this floor, just the buzz of the fluorescent tube lights above me. I came to the end of the hallway and another set of double doors. A large red cross, the kind you'd see on a lifeguard stand or a first aid kit, was painted across the width of them. I pressed my ear to one door. All I heard was a slow, rhythmic pulse, like a machine at work, and, faintly, a beeping sound, like you'd hear in a hospital room. I knew I should not have opened that door. I knew this wasn't the exit, that I should keep looking, but I had to see. I turned the handle. It wasn't locked. I peeked inside. It was a cavernous white room. Fluorescent lights flickered and buzzed. I saw wires hanging all around. And hanging from the ceiling, in rows, kids. Kids in hospital gowns like mine, attached to white wooden crosses affixed to the ceiling. Quite literally, crucified. They were silent, their heads drooping forward, their eyes either closed or staring at nothing. Some of them seemed to twitch a bit, but most were still. Their crosses swung back and forth, very lightly. And the hanging wires, they weren't wires. They were intravenous tubes attached to the kids' wrists. Tubes sucking out their blood. I almost vomited again, right then and there. In the very center of the room, amidst the rows of hanging crosses, I could see where the rhythmic pulsing sound came from. There was a huge steel cylinder, which seemed to be collecting the blood from all of the tangled tubes that dangled from the kids' wrists. I opened my mouth to scream, to cry out in anger maybe. All I could say was, "What the hell?" That was when the alarms began to sound, loud and piercing, like police sirens of hell. They must have realized I was missing. I shut the doors and I frantically glanced around the hallway to see if anyone was coming. No signs yet. I ran for the stairwell. As soon as I entered it, I heard laughter from above, echoing, reverberating. The clown nurses, they were coming. I stumbled down the stairs as fast as I could. I must have gone another 3 stories before I reached the basement. I found myself running through a dark, sewer-like hallway with small light bulbs overhead every 10 yards or so. The smell of decay and rotting flesh grew more and more pungent as I ran. The laughter continued behind me. I managed to glance over my shoulder and see a group of them running after me. I saw them come into the light, then become silhouettes again. Their smiling faces, gleaming knives and needles, pushing my adrenaline to the max. I ran past alcoves full of stacked, rotting corpses, but I could not stop. I couldn't think of anything except escape. I turned a corner and I found myself facing the metal rungs of a ladder in the wall. I climbed until my head smacked the ceiling. Below me, the shadows and laughter grew closer. Their footsteps slowed. They were close, and they knew it. I pushed at the ceiling above me, heaving upward, panting, screaming. The clowns were below me, laughing, waving their scalpels. Something cut my leg. I screamed, and I pushed one last time. The ceiling finally gave way as a manhole cover slammed into asphalt above. A circular opening. I climbed out and frantically pushed the cover back over the hole, blocking out the laughter, trapping the clown nurses below. I lay there on top of that manhole cover for a few minutes as I caught my breath. Rain fell onto my skin. The turbulent night sky above me was a welcoming sight. I looked around. Abandoned buildings, broken glass, no lights, no cars, no signs of any life at all. A police siren sounded somewhere in the distance, Then, silence. I climbed to my feet. Pain shot through my leg. I looked down and saw the cut on my ankle where a clown nurse had slashed me. Bastards. Limping the best I could, I started to walk. "Hello?" I called out. The only answer was a distant roll of thunder. "Somebody, help me. Please." My foot fell on something soft and mushy. I looked down. A newspaper. I peeled it off the wet asphalt. Most of the ink had faded, but I was able to make out the date. July 13th, 1992. I dropped it, an icy dread filling my stomach. I kept walking. "Can anyone hear me?" I screamed. "Please, anyone, please." My words faded into delirious sobs. I stood still for a moment. The rain had soaked through my thin hospital gown. I shivered as the wind blew. Then, I saw a light in the distance. It was a big, yellow M in the sky. A McDonald's. Of course. I limped towards it. When I got to the place, I saw that, apart from the M, the rest of the building was completely dark. I walked cautiously towards the broken windows, and I looked inside. Darkness. I turned and surveyed the play place outdoor playground. 10-foot-tall structures of colored tubes for kids to crawl through. Sitting at one of the benches was a familiar figure. The Ronald McDonald statue. You know, the one where you can sit beside him and it looks like he's got his arm around your shoulders. Every kid has seen it. I shuddered at the sight. The doors were unlocked. I walked in, out of the rain. Silence. Darkness. I noticed that the decor wasn't like the modern McDonald's you see. It was the same as it was in the 80s, with white, plastic booths and red and yellow tiles. The wind seemed to whisper through the broken windows. I noticed something on the front counter. A black rectangle. I got closer. A laptop. A nearly new laptop. I let out a soft, delirious laugh, and I knew what I was supposed to do. I took the laptop outside, and I sat there, beside the Ronald statue. I opened it, and I began to type this story. The rain is falling on the keys, but I don't care. There's nothing left to do now, but wait. Because I've been noticing, out of the corner of my eye, Ronald is trying to look over my shoulder. He's laughing now. All I can do is join him. It was not my dog. But that's what the police are saying. That my precious bazooka killed those people. that she just snapped. That she's a bully breed and broke into the cabin and mauled them. I'm facing charges for the deaths of the family who were staying there. What happened was a tragedy, but whatever killed them wasn't my dog. It's still out there. Up north, on that small, picturesque lake where we rented the cabin. I hope this warning reaches people. To those who believe I'm responsible, Bazooka would never have done such a thing. She was a good dog. I know her name sounds aggressive, but that's just the name she came with when I adopted her from the rescue group. She was an untrained pit lab mix, black, with a white muzzle and paws. She was like a wrecking ball on 4 legs, with the propulsion of a rocket. I couldn't change her name because after a month of me trying to call her Beverly, she would still only answer to Bazooka. But what she lacked in intellect, she made up for in affection. Every night she crawled into my bed, all 70 pounds of her, and then after pushing her off a few times, eventually I'd give up and let her stay. Anytime I opened my eyes, I would find her muzzle almost in my face, her dark eyes gazing into mine. It was like she was memorizing every feature. Bazooka was everything to me, and I just... Sorry for going on. I just miss her. Anyway, so about these cabins. We had a rental for the weekend. See, my friend Jake and I, we're both into board games, and sometimes we would get together with this couple, Ray and Rashida, who are also into board games. Jake was always talking about how it would be fun to have a weekend board game getaway somewhere remote. Ray and Rashida were into the idea too, and I agreed, as long as I could bring my dog. So, we rented this lakeshore cabin that shares the beach with a neighboring cabin and a couple of houses across the water. The place looked like a postcard. Kayaks and canoes were docked for our use. A grill, fire pit, wood pile. Spacious too, with a balcony, deck and bedrooms upstairs, as well as in the basement. This place was perfect for a gaming getaway. That first afternoon, we cooked hot dogs and veggie burgers out on the grill and played board games on the balcony table. The only downside was when I went to take my dog for a walk and I noticed 2 boys down by the water. One of them pissing off the dock into the lake, the other ripping up a pool noodle and throwing pieces at ducks and laughing when they tried to eat it. On my way back from walking in the woods, the same 2 kids, now dressed, had guns slung over their shoulders as they headed out into the trees. Jesus, who lets their kids run around the woods with guns? They couldn't have been more than 12 years old. I mean, I guess people do all sorts of weird shit out in the rural areas. For me, coming from the city, it was quite an alarming sight to see. I decided from then on, I would keep my dog on a leash. I just didn't want to risk her being near those boys whose behavior was so disrespectful to nature and animals. But I didn't let them sour my evening. After our next round of board games, we started up a fire and sat around it roasting marshmallows and drinking. We sat like that under the stars, just talking, and it was the closest I'd felt to anyone in a long time. The next morning, I woke up at the butt crack of dawn because Bazooka was whining to go out, and I dragged myself up and stumbled out into a robe, opening the door for her and forgetting for a moment that I had resolved to keep her leashed. As the morning air hit me, I woke up enough to go out after her, and I found her sniffing around the docks. I frowned, because that's when I noticed the kayaks out on the water, but nobody in them. Presumably, the kids again, causing mischief. But at least it was quiet for now in the neighboring cabin. I took Bazooka back in after she finished her business. Once everyone was up, we went out on the lake for a canoe trip, with Bazooka leaping out into the water and paddling around, and then nearly capsizing us when she tried to climb back in. After a lunch of homemade pizza, we spent the afternoon back at our board games until the sun lowered in the sky. Ray and Rashida wanted s'mores, but since we didn't have marshmallows anymore, or chocolate, they decided to drive into town. That left me and Jake at the bonfire sipping beers and watching the stars come out in the deepening twilight. We were so busy marveling at all the stars you could see out here that we didn't hear or notice anything until Bazooka's deep, throaty growl alerted us. Every hair on my neck stood on end. I looked out blearily across the fire. By now, I'd had enough beer to be buzzed. And beyond the flames stood one of the kids. The younger one, around 11 maybe. He was dripping wet, as if he'd just crawled out of the water, all but naked in swim trunks that had come untied and were loosely slipping down his hips. "Jesus," Jake gasped, his big hand going to his chest. He spluttered on his beer. "Almost gave me a heart attack, kid." Bazooka stood a few feet from the kid, head down, hackles raised, that low growl still deep in her throat. "Bazooka," I called, and she glanced at me but kept on growling until I snapped her name louder. Only then did she reluctantly come to my side. But still that rumble sounded from her chest. "Hey, kid, is everything okay?" Jake was asking. He heaved himself up and went over and snapped his fingers in front of the boy's face. "Hey, kid. Kid." The boy's head slowly turned, glazed eyes lifting to look at Jake. A line of drool dribbled from the boy's lower lip, silvery in the firelight. "Is he all right?" I asked. "I'd better get him to his parents. Maybe he's having some kind of episode." Jake clapped a hand on the boy's shoulder and steered him along the grass, onto the dirt pathway leading over to the other cabin. I was glad Jake took him. I didn't want to admit it, but I was fully creeped out by the kid's 1,000-yard stare, as well as Bazooka's odd behavior. She had never been a bright dog. Sliding glass doors were impossible for her. She always rammed right into them. And she was equally mystified by doggy doors. Her playmate, Rocky, had a doggy door at his house, and every time he went through the flap, she stared afterwards like it was magic. But she did have good instincts, and she sensed something definitely wrong with that boy. So did I. If only I had listened to the feeling in my gut. The night was nearly pitch black by the time tires crunched in the gravel. Ray and Rashida were back. I heaved a sigh of relief, because Jake still wasn't back from the other cabin, and I was getting concerned. Music played from their car, and as they stepped out with bags of groceries, I called to them, and I explained that Jake had brought the boy to the neighboring cabin, and he had not come back. Ray and Rashida peppered me with questions. Was he sick? Did you call an ambulance? What kind of symptoms did he seem to have? After a brief discussion, I locked up Bazooka, and the three of us made our way over to the neighboring cabin. Moonlight shone down on us, casting the world into a silvery light as our footsteps crunched in the gravel. It was eerie quiet, the only sound Bazooka's barking, or and more distant. I heard her pawing against the glass door. Good thing she didn't know how to use the doggy door, or she'd have come charging after us. Though honestly, I kind of wished I'd brought her. Even with the three of us, I was anxious, a pit of dread in my gut, an instinctive dread that I wish I had now listened to. When we knocked on the door, it swung in slightly. The cabin was pitch dark inside. "Hello?" called Ray. "Hello?" Silence. We shined our flashlights around. The cabin was nearly identical to ours, but the floor had a scattering of clothes and a towel. Seems the boys just threw their stuff down wherever they went. Ray fumbled along and found a lamp, switched it on. Her shriek made me jump. For an instant, I swear my soul left my body. Then I saw what had startled her. There, standing in the center of the cabin's rustic living room, was Jake. He was swaying, his lips slack, and eyes sort of wobbling to and fro. And then he collapsed. He was a mountain of a man, and the impact shook the floor with a resounding thud. Somewhere below, I thought I heard an echo or another thud, like someone else moving. "Jake!" Ray was next to him in an instant, checking his pupils and his breathing. He was breathing slowly, but regularly. His eyes still open, though he did nothing except look slowly at whoever was talking. Ray, mostly, though his eyes moved to me when I said, "I'm calling an ambulance." "I'm going to look around, see if I can find anyone," said Rashida. I don't remember the next moments very well, just that I was on the phone with the dispatcher, trying to explain the strange sequence of events and the symptoms of the boy, and now Jake, while Ray was speaking at the same time, trying to talk him through whatever he was experiencing, trying to ascertain what was wrong with him. And then, just as the dispatcher was telling me how soon help could arrive, a scream rang out from above. Then, rapid footsteps. Rashida rushed down, shrieking, "A woman! There's a woman up there! Her face is ripped open, blood everywhere!" Even as she rushed down from upstairs, I saw the figure coming up from the opposite direction, ascending the stairs from the basement and lurking behind her. The boy, still clad only in his swim trunks, had dripping hands and red smeared across his face. I raised my arm to point, gasping, and Rashida saw my expression and turned and screamed as the boy lunged at her. Ray saw him in that moment too, and shrieked. The boy knocked Rashida to the floor, shockingly strong and fast. He bared his bloody teeth. I think he'd have tried to eat her face the same as his mother. But at that moment, a black blur shot out of nowhere. 70 pounds of ferocious pit bull slammed into the boy's scrawny body, knocking him off her. Apparently, In this moment of crisis, Bazooka had figured the flap door out. "Run!" I shouted. "Run!" I yanked Rashida toward the front door. Ray hesitated, still kneeling over Jake, but there was no way she could lift him. Even with 3 of us, we'd have needed more time to move him, and we didn't have time. She rushed after us. The 3 of us burst out into the night. "Bazooka, come! Come, girl!" I shouted. But the snarling sounds from the boy and the dog continued inside. Ray and Rashida dashed into their car. "Come on! Come on!" Ray called to me. "I'll be right behind you. I can't leave Jake and my dog. Go! Get help!" I shouted. The tires squealed over the gravel as they took off, leaving me alone in the gravel road under the moonlight. No company, except for the dispatcher's tinny voice still on the phone. As soon as they were gone, it struck me how foolish I was, how exposed, how helpless, and most of all, how loud the dispatcher's voice was, shooting questions at me. I hung up the phone, and I rushed into our cabin and shut the door. I hurried to find the keys. My keys. Where are my fucking keys? I finally found them on the coffee table by the fireplace, and I turned to rush to the door. And I froze. There, just outside on the deck, standing in plain view through the glass sliding doors, was Jake. Just standing there, staring in. His eyes were sweeping to and fro, like he was looking for someone. I ducked down behind the sofa, and I crawled towards the door. I froze at the sound of the deck door sliding open. He was inside the cabin. Was he feeling any better? The urge to call out nearly brought words to my lips. But this time, my instincts overrode the impulse. I stayed quiet. Jake's heavy footsteps took him across the room. He wandered upstairs. Should I call out to him? And then, I had an idea. A way to be sure. My iPad was downstairs in the basement. I tugged out my phone, shifting it to silent mode, and I called my iPad. I heard the jingle from my phone calling it, and then heavy thuds. Jake came barreling down the stairs, charging at top speed, knocking over a potted plant at the bottom of the stairs, and heedlessly crashing down towards the basement. This was not a normal reaction. Not at all. Panic sent sirens through my brain. I could not open the front door without him hearing the latch, but the sliding door to the deck was still open. As silently as possible, I slipped out and I rushed along the moonlit dark out to the gravel. My car was parked a ways up the hill, close to the stacks of firewood. Each step away from the cabin, I breathed a little easier, until I heard a soft crunch on the gravel ahead of me. I shined my phone's light. There, standing in front of my car, was Bazooka. Her head hung low, droopy. She listed to one side. Her mouth hung open, and her eyes stared at my flashlight. No, not you. Not you too. A wave of terror and exhaustion hit me. I was so sure I was doomed. She's so fast. There was no outrunning her. But even more than feeling afraid, I was upset. I took a step toward her and only stopped myself at the last second. "Bazooka," I whispered. Her snout lifted, and then to my shock, her tail moved. "Bazooka, are you still in there?" I drew a shaky breath as I waited for her to attack me. And when she did not, I mustered myself and said in my sternest voice, "Sit." For a long moment, she stared. Then, her haunches wavered. She sat. "Stay," I said. I walked around her, slowly, and got into my car and looked at her. She was watching me, her jaws still slack in that same way as the others had been. Her eyes were following me. I could feel myself tearing up as I said, "Good dog," and her tail thumped. Then I drove away. I still don't know what was in those woods. The body of the younger kid in swim trunks had Bazooka's teeth marks from when she defended us, and because of that, they apparently concluded she must have been the one responsible for mauling the woman upstairs, and a man who must have been the kid's father. The oldest boy's body was not found, and Jake's death was listed as a heart attack. Bazooka is still missing. To be honest, that's been the hardest part. I know I shouldn't say that when human lives were lost, but losing my beloved dog, that's been worse than the blame, worse than the charges I'm facing now. I wonder if there is some part of her that remembers, even now. If she's still in those woods, running wild with her empty eyes, running, listening, waiting to hear her name be called again. The bunker is located northwest of Steel Valley Lake, about a mile from the largest fallen tree. The tree is easy to spot. It's a dark grey most of the time, but a light grey on sunny days. Almost white. Steel Valley is an old mining town in West Virginia, although unmarked, as it was abandoned almost 200 years ago. I'm sure you can guess what the mining town was known for. I do a lot of research on old American legends. The internet is a wonderful and terrifying thing, but what I love most about it is the connections I can make with people. I used to meet people in online chat rooms back when the internet still had dial-up tones and punchy sound effects. Over the years, I learned more than a few things from programming. So, even as we have advanced in technology, many places still stick around, and my knowledge helps me find them. Old websites that should have died a long time ago are still out there, but since they weren't well known, they fell into the dark recesses of the internet. You've probably heard of some of them. I'm not talking about the dark internet, but the forgotten internet. I'm sure if more people knew about some of these websites and visited them more often, the search engines would push them forward. As it stands though, I think they should remain where they are. Which is why that information will die with me. That being said, I went to one of these websites a couple of years ago. A website all about the supernatural. I browsed some old stories and posts, even interacted with the chat room to see if any familiar names might pop up. No such luck. Many of my favorite pages had stopped working. Whoever ran the websites clearly didn't get with the times. Everything looked so old. At least that made it easier for me to navigate to some familiar pages though. One such page was one that was regularly being updated. Ghost towns. My heart almost jumped when I saw the most recent post was in the same month I was looking. But then I saw the title of the post was just asking if anybody still visited the website. There were many similar posts before that. People like me feel nostalgic about the past and look up their favorite websites to see if they've grown old and fallen behind. It made me feel more than a bit sad for myself. A bad habit I was trying to get out of. Scrolling through those posts, I eventually reached a post that actually fit the theme of the page. It was titled, "I found a strange bunker in West Virginia." The post was made in 2018, which was still recent enough, in my eyes anyway. I clicked on the post, and it was pretty bare bones. Directions to a bunker, which I've written above. There was a poorly taken photo of a dead tree at the edge of a lake, and a short explanation. It was a short but detailed account of someone who was hiking. They found an old town from the early 1800s, and they stumbled across a bunker entrance, one they couldn't open. There was no picture of the town or the bunker, just this tree. Immediately, I found it odd, as it didn't make sense why he was sharing it. Usually, the posts on the website were spooky stories. The page was called Ghost Towns, after all. Yet they didn't say a thing about ghosts. It seemed more like a curiosity post, and that's all I felt looking at it. It took me a minute to read it all again before returning to the photo. I stared at it a long minute, looking for anything. I thought there might be a hidden troll face or some poorly edited ghost in the background. But no, there was nothing. I downloaded the image and I fiddled with the settings, but nothing stood out still. It was just a normal picture. It did pique my curiosity though. I live in West Virginia. If there was such a lake with a tree, I'm sure it wouldn't be too difficult to find. I could figure out some good hiking spots, look at old maps, find mining towns and so on, narrow it down a bit. I had done more research on far more obscure things. Yet, at least with those things, I had something to go on. I had stories, rumors, and all sorts of scary implications. Frustrated, I immediately dove down this rabbit hole to see what I could find. A month later, I was trudging through the forest, scouting out areas that I felt best matched the picture. The trees, the season, the time it was posted, all of these came into consideration. I had to make a few assumptions, and even then, I still had 15 locations to check. A month is a long time to obsess over something. So when I reached the point where the only thing left to do was go and see, I spent a good long time sitting on my ass, wondering if I should leave it there. But once again, I live in West Virginia. Whatever it was close enough that I couldn't let it go. Even if I found nothing, it would still be a story to tell. A bad one, a boring one even, but still, a story. The first 4 locations proved to be a dead end. The lakes were tiny spots, secluded. I didn't see any fallen grey trees or mining towns. I would mark the circled areas with a red X and move on. Some locations I could reach on foot in half an hour, and the time spent hiking wasn't bad. I listened to the sounds of nature, and I caught glimpses of wildlife skittering along the forest ground or prancing behind bushes. Even though I had not yet found anything, I didn't feel like I was wasting my time. Yet, around the 5th lake spot, the weather took a turn for the worse. Just as I was leaving, returning to the car to drive to the next area, the rain set in. It was cold enough out here without it, but it made the experience a little more miserable. I was prepared to go home, but it seemed to settle down at the next stop. The ground became a bit more spongy, rock surfaces, slippery, but not bad. I kept a jacket handy, just in case the rain started up again, and I just focused on checking out the next location. I only had so many days off, so I wanted to make the most of this. After climbing the next hill, I got a decent view of the valley. It wasn't particularly large, neither was the lake, but the forest was thick. I still took some pictures with my phone. I almost wrote it off as another dud until I noticed out of place straight edges on the phone screen. As the trees jostled in the breeze, there were some blackened structures among them, barely peeking between the branches. This had to be it, the mining town that the post had mentioned. My first stop was the town, not simply because I wanted to check it out first, but because that was the safest path towards the lake. I had walked along the edge of the hill looking for a path before finding one that navigated slowly downwards. I made good use of the jacket, just to avoid being scratched to pieces by the bushes and branches I had to go through. Eventually, I had only the thick tree coverage to contend with as I approached the town. As I said, most of the structures were blackened and ruined. The trees had grown amongst them over the years, some of them pushing against what still stood. It was more than disturbing how much of it remained. I could guess some of them were residences, but they were stacked so closely together, and the rooms seemed so small. I guess if they were just temporary residences, there was no need for the comforts of home. When I reached the end of the town, I was struck with the overwhelming feeling that someone might still be living there. I, of course, had no proof to back this up, but it's a feeling I get anytime I'm around abandoned places. Someone could be camping out, or hell, even squatting there. Crazy hobos or junkies, or this far out in the middle of nature, cannibal hermits. The human mind can construct all manner of scary things, but of course, the more plausible they happen to be, the more scared you're going to feel. At that moment, I wanted to march right out of that valley, run back to my car. But I had already walked through the dead town. I had done all this research, all this investigation to get here. The lake was just ahead. So, onwards I pressed, grateful to leave this town behind. A part of me expected the lake to have changed. But no, It looked as though I'd walked straight into the picture. I had no problem spotting the fallen tree on the other side of the glass still lake. The waters were shockingly undisturbed. Not a single ripple. Almost like it was holding its breath. The trees barely creaked, and if they did, it was the trees back the way I'd come. The silence reminded me of the deafening feeling I got when I was traveling by plane and coming into land. I was just waiting for my ears to pop. Instead, I heard the clear sounds of my footsteps as I made my way around the lake to the tree. The snaps of the twigs under my feet were comforting in that silence, but not enough to put me at ease. Once I reached the tree, I reached for the plastic compass attached to my backpack, and I held it up in the grey light the cloudy sky provided. After finding northwest, I began walking, counting my steps as I went to estimate the distance. The description, about a mile, is vague, but I assumed that I would be able to spot the bunker. The forest thinned out, and I kept an eye on the compass, looking up every now and again. After about 20 minutes of counting, I stopped. I had reached the base of one of the taller hills, and sure enough, among a cluster of rocks, I found a moss-covered stone entrance and a rusted metal door. It was not like any bunker I'd ever seen in my life. Instead of a square structure, it was pointed, like a triangle, and the door looked like it belonged in an old submarine. With all the rust and broken bolts, it certainly looked like it had been dredged up from the ocean. The first thing I did, I tried opening it, of course. The weird valve in the center was stiff, and I wondered which way was the right way, until I put all my weight on it. It made a crunching sound as it turned, suddenly halting as something snapped. I fell to the ground painfully, then checked my hands for any rust scratches. It painted my palms red and orange with tiny fragments. I had a small cut on my thumb, and as I was examining the blood, I saw the bunker door had swung open. The entrance was like a black hole, which seemed a lot more scary while I sat there, my ass in the mud and licking the blood away. I heard a steady sound, something deep within there, but it didn't stand out right away, until it grew louder and louder in a matter of moments. I was just easing myself back to my feet, leaning against the doorway, when something shot outside. I gasped, lost my balance again, and I fell down. Yet, because I held onto the edge, I swung against the outside of the bunker, and I faced the path I'd come from. Far ahead, I could see a figure sprinting away. Dark clothes, a mess of hair. The steady sound from within the bunker was footsteps, and there were more on the way. One by one, more of these figures ran out of the bunker and into the forest. All of them had long hair, grey with age, and they were wearing dark outfits that looked like oversized windbreakers and cargo pants. I could hear them running, but they didn't make a sound. Not a huff of breath or a yell. Nothing. Just the sound of their footsteps. What started slowly built up into a steady stream of figures scattering into the forest, running as if their lives depended on it. My heart was pounding with fear. Not because of what I was seeing, but because I had a bad feeling about each one. Once these runners stopped, the silence quickly returned. A minute after that, all I could see was the forest, just as it was before I had opened the bunker. With my back to the hill, the entrance of the bunker beside me, I continued to stare in complete silence. I was frightened, not just surprised, and I was waiting for my body to approve the idea of getting up and moving. It kept on telling me to be still, to wait. Pure instinct kept me from reacting or even breathing a little too loudly. It didn't matter. The next sounds I heard were slow, almost delicate footsteps. Another man had stepped outside the bunker, but because of the angle, I could not see him. Instead of running in the direction of the forest, he walked out in front of me, steady and sure of every move he made. He was not particularly large or even scary looking. He looked to be in his 20s, clean-shaven, and his hair was youthful brown waves atop his head. He wore the same clothes as the others, but they seemed to fit him better. Dark green cargo pants, boots, a black jacket. The man's eyes focused on mine, and he squatted down in front of me. He had big eyes. He was examining me, taking in every detail. But his gaze always returned to meet mine in a moment.
Do you know what you just did?
He asked me.
Or was this just a happy accident?
I only just opened my mouth when he smiled and continued.
An accident. I knew it.
He said.
It's far too soon for this. The others are eager, but they are young. You should know that the young make mistakes. You've made mistakes, and they will learn. Learn to wait. Learn to leave well enough alone. Oh, it is far too soon.
He looked absent-mindedly towards the forest, before suddenly crawling up beside me and sitting down. It scared the hell out of me. I skirted to the side so quickly, right up against the inclined side of the bunker entrance. He didn't mind. He just sat there. "What are you people?" I asked, the jolt waking up my mouth as well as my body. "What is this place?"
Don't worry. They're coming back now,
he said.
It will be over in a moment. But you should probably leave before they see you. It's a miracle they did not smell you when the entrance opened. Of course, it is. And it is far too soon.
But what does that mean?
It is too late for you to leave.
The man stood up suddenly, grabbed me by the wrist, and wrenched me to my feet. I don't mean he just pulled me to my feet. He hurt me, badly. When he released my arm, I held it against my chest, while a piercing pain throbbed through my body from my shoulder. It wasn't dislocated, but I definitely pulled a muscle or two.
Stay behind me, and do not make a sound,
he said. There was not a single care in those eyes for the pain I was feeling. He only wanted me to do what he said, for his sake. Still, I held my peace when I heard the sound of running. He turned around, backed up into me, blocking me from view. A distinct burning smell rose off him, not too different from the smell my clothes had when I sat by the fire when I went camping. Smoke and something else. Although I couldn't see, I heard them just fine. The runners had returned, piling back into the bunker. There must have been some hesitation, because the man told a couple of them to quit stalling and get inside. The pain seemed to grow worse. I wanted to buckle and cry out, give my pain some kind of outlet. Screaming would have done the trick.
There we go,
He said, stepping away. I fell to my knees, unable to continue. I let out a soft cry, feeling my breathing build up into full-blown panic. It hurt my heart. I was struggling with something else, a sense of worthlessness. I hated myself, my weakness. I hated to cry, but all I wanted to do was cry. It was physical and emotional pain, and it was growing worse. I wanted to call for help, and yet I didn't know who to call out to. When all strength had failed me, I fell onto my side and I wept. I opened my eyes just long enough to see the man's face before it slipped out of sight. There was a grinding noise as the door set back in place, followed by more grinding, but it sounded like stone, not metal. The pain began to fade. I cried out to God, to my mother, my father, my friends, everyone. Even if they weren't there, calling out to them helped for some strange reason. It was like I was a kid again, weak, helpless. 2 hours later, before it got dark, I was in my car. I was in pain. Not so much that I wasn't willing to attempt a slow, steady drive home. The bunker door was shut, and I did not dare try opening it again. That pain and the feeling of helplessness was almost a blessing on my way back, because as I walked past the silent lake, through that creepy ghost town, I didn't feel any fear. I didn't care. I was operating on spite alone, an instinct to survive. Those feelings passed after a few days. The physical pain took a lot longer. I was just lucky I kept my job with all the off days I took. I was a mess, and I'm not ashamed to say it. My writing does not do my feelings any justice. My descriptions do not capture what I saw at all. The man that spoke to me looked and spoke to me in a certain way, almost with fondness, nostalgia. It felt like I was a plaything, a toy in his eyes, but a toy he did not want to throw away. A toy he wanted to keep, for memory's sake. And being left alone to cry there felt like I was being put out on a shelf in the closet to be dealt with another day. That's the best way I can describe all of this. Opening that door was just pushing the closet open and getting in the way. It was too soon for me to be dealt with, for us to be dealt with. So, back on the shelf I went. And that's how I still feel. I am waiting to find out what happens to me. What happens to us, to our world. One thing's for sure. I now leave abandoned places well alone. My house has a backyard facing the forest, and for years, feeding the birds has been a soothing routine. It was part of my ritual. I'd have my coffee, brush my teeth, and then scatter the seeds across the lawn, placing some in quieter spots as well, creating little mounds where they would gather. Watching these feathered little critters scampering around was enjoyable, and besides being a relaxing hobby, it was common for them to lose their fear of me over time and start coming closer to my window. Some of them even woke me up in the morning, replacing the sound of my alarm clock with their natural chirping. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. Things have started getting strange lately. I've always bought my seeds at our local store from Mr. Agonor, a long-time resident who was also an ornithologist and a wildlife enthusiast, selling baits for other type of animals like foxes, frogs, and so on. About a month ago, when I went to make my daily purchase, I came across a brand I had not seen before. One of the problems we encounter in bird feeding is the lack of variety. Usually, they get bored easily with the food. Or worse, they can get sick and even obese if they stick to too much of the same thing. Because of that, I try to vary out the types of seeds. I found one with not many details on the package. Just the name engraved in yellow letters on the transparent plastic. Enchanted forest seeds. More bird variety in your garden. It seemed intriguing and promising, so I decided to give it a try. I didn't hesitate to buy a bag, and I took it straight home, eager to see how my feathered friends would react. In the first few days after introducing the Enchanted Forest mix, everything seemed normal. The birds continued to visit my backyard, and I felt satisfied watching them delight in the new blend. But as the days passed, I began to notice subtle changes in the birds' behavior. They stopped showing interest in the seeds. They ate for a maximum of 3 days. Then they stopped coming. I spread seeds in the morning, hoping they would return, but I didn't see them. However, even so, the seeds I would scatter would disappear by the time I woke up. I began to suspect that maybe this was rats, and knowing that some of them like to prey on birds, I decided to keep an eye out at night to catch them. As usual, I would spread the seeds across the empty lawn, going about my other daily tasks, waiting for nightfall. When darkness finally enveloped my backyard, I settled into a chair on the porch, armed with binoculars, determined to catch these intruders. Time passed, and I found myself struggling against sleep. I kept my eyes fixed on the darkness of the garden. It was when I was right on the cusp of sleep that I heard a strange noise coming from the lawn that made me jump. It was a soft sound, almost like rustling, but with a rough and unusual quality. I rose quietly from my chair, steadying my binoculars, ready to spot any intruder. As I directed my gaze across the dark lawn, I held my breath as I saw the shadows moving. Small rodents ran along the wooden fence, leaning over the seeds, their quick little noses sniffing the air. I was about to make a noise and scare them away when something came along quickly and pounced on one of the rats. My eyes adjusted as I tried to understand the contours of that body. It looked like a parody of what should be a chicken and some kind of amphibian. It had disheveled feathers in a mix of dark and earthy colors. Its wings were membranous, but with the texture of scales. The beak was long and sharp, but it opened up to reveal a tongue that seemed to stretch too far, full of small, sharp teeth. And what scared me the most was its size. This thing was practically the size of a child. I watched on in shock as this thing devoured the rat in a matter of seconds, emitting these guttural sounds that were a disturbing mix of squawks and grunts. My heart raced in panic as I realized there were more of these things, emerging from the shadows, advancing towards every other rodent who were weakly trying to escape. I instinctively recoiled, my mind struggling to process what I was witnessing. My hands trembled and they refused to obey me. The binoculars seemed to weigh a ton now, making me drop them to the ground. I took a few steps back, but I stumbled, falling seated on the porch floor with a dry snap of the wood. The things stopped. They were silent, their heads gradually rising, turning towards me. Their red eyes now staring directly at me. I found myself paralyzed, my body trembling with fear as I stared into those wild eyes. It was as if they were assessing me, deciding if I was a threat or perhaps prey. My mind screamed to run, to hide, but my body refused to obey. They began to move again, slowly, towards me. Their heavy footsteps echoed in the silence of the night. I don't know if you've ever heard about how chickens move like dinosaurs, but it was practically that. I watched on, horrified at the scene that seemed to come right out of a movie. I crawled backwards, desperately searching for an escape route, but soon my back found the wall of the porch, leaving me cornered. One of them, the largest, jumped onto the steps, making them creak loudly under the weight of its awkward mass. I was now face to face with this thing, its hot and foul breath enveloping my face as it examined me with its hungry eyes. My hands fumbled awkwardly along the wall until luckily I found the window, opening its latch and jumping inside. Landing hard on the kitchen floor, I ran desperately to lock the porch door, praying that those things could not find a way into the house. My heart pounded in my chest as I retreated to the center of the room, searching for anything I could use as a weapon or a barricade. The sound of scratching at the porch door sent shivers down my spine as these things outside seemed to cackle. I could hear guttural grunts echoing through the house, mixed with the sounds of feathers and scales scraping against the wood. Hours passed as I remained there, huddled in the corner of that room, waiting for the dawn that seemed to never come. Every sound made me jump in fear. Every shadow made me tremble. Finally, the first rays of sunlight began to penetrate through the windows, banishing the darkness that had engulfed my house. With a sigh of relief, I slowly rose from the floor, my muscles tense and sore from the night of tension. Cautiously, I approached the porch door, hoping to find the backyard empty. But what I found was even more disturbing. The morning light revealed the chaos that had ensued in my backyard. The grass was torn up, the seeds scattered on the ground, mixed with feathers and scraps of meat from the rats. The nearby plants were trampled and torn. But what shocked me the most was the discovery of strange footprints marked in the earth. Large, irregular, leading towards the tree line. Desperate to understand what was happening, I searched my house for answers. I called Mr. Agenor, but his phone rang unanswered. I tried to find information online about these enchanted forest seeds, but to no avail. That was last night. Now, I'm sitting in my living room, curtains drawn, lights off, but the dead silence from outside was extinguished. As I write these words, I hear again the scratching at the porch door, the distorted laughter, and the guttural sounds drawing nearer. I don't know if they can get in, but I just peeked through the second floor window, and they are larger now. Maybe I might have to move. Maybe I should run while I still can. But one thing is certain. These seeds brought something terrible into my yard, and they want in. I don't do a lot of camping. My friend Jack is the complete opposite though. He's the adventurous type. Mountain climbing, camping, rowing, you name it, the guy's done it. He likes to be close to nature, and I don't know anybody who could blame him. It's beautiful when you're out there. Me, I would rather do anything else than go out into nature. I live a sheltered life. I've got a nice house in a protected suburb, a cushy job as an assistant manager, and my favourite hobby is falling asleep by the pool listening to 80s hits. The only real stress I have in my life comes from my family. Almost every day I get a call from one asking for a lift or money or to borrow something of mine I know they won't return, and if they do, it's not going to be in one piece. I wouldn't mind if they were the kind of family that respected me, showed me appreciation, but they almost always demanded that I do something and insulted me when I failed to deliver. But it was family, and it became a routine for me. I only bring this up because I need you to understand my frame of mind before I went with Jack. I work with this clunky software where if you mess anything up, it screws the whole project. It's also slow as hell, so it was already a rough day. When I was at my most frustrated, I received a ping on my phone. It was a member of my family. More specifically, my aunt, who was giving me hell for some bullshit her son did. The incredible mental gymnastics she had to do to end up blaming me was just that, incredible. By the end of the day, I was toasted. My brain was this swirling grey mass of mushroom soup. I was driving home thinking about how I had to go through it again the next day when the Bluetooth car phone started ringing. Jack was calling. "Hey man," I sighed over the phone. "I just got second-hand depression from that sigh," Jack said to me. "What the hell happened?" I went on a little rant. I kept it brief because I didn't want to bore him with my problems. The summary was enough anyway. "You know what you need? A vacation," Jack said. The weekend's almost here. I'll chill out then." "I mean a real vacation. An escape from an arsehole family and work you've hated since day one. You're not going to get any less stressed by staring at a television or wandering through the same concrete neighborhoods. I'm serious. You've got vacation days. Use them. Escape, man. I know just the place." And 5 minutes later, Jack convinced me to go camping with him. I called my boss to inform him that I was taking a couple of vacation days, and I set myself up for a 4-day weekend in the forest. "Jack, we've been walking for an hour," I told him. "How much longer do we have to carry a tent and a small kitchen before we get there?" "It'd go a lot faster if you didn't count every minute," he said over his shoulder. He brushed his long brown hair out of his face. I was glad to see that he was sweating as well. The guy may have been fit, but he was still human. He must have seen my smile or heard my soft chuckle because he looked at me. When our eyes met, he knew what I was smiling about. We both wheezed and took a breather. The spot he was talking about, it didn't seem that special. There were a lot of trees, but very few bushes and low-hanging branches. I asked him what was so great about it, but he just told me to help him set up the tent. It took as long as I expected to get the tent up and make a fire. Too long. It was dark, and we were staring at a pot of soup cooking over the flames. Jack was wearing this big grin on his face while he looked at the fire. My eyes kept darting to the trees, looking beyond them. The dark blue finally settled into the pitch black, and it felt like we were sitting in a windy void. I heard a distant chittering of something. A bird? Some kind of bug, maybe. "Soup's up," Jack said suddenly. "You got the rolls?" "Yeah, they're a little squished though. That thermos was heavier than I thought." "Just how I like 'em." "Hey, Jack, what was that sound just now?" "Squirrel. There's also a few bats in this region. If you hear something squeaking or something flying a little close to the tent, well, it's probably that." Jack was the first to fall asleep. I stayed up, despite my best efforts, trying to gauge how far away certain sounds were and what they belonged to. I wasn't scared per se, but it was a different experience for me. I don't know. Some things you linger on more than others when recalling memories, and those sounds are one of them. In the morning, I woke up to the smell of bacon and eggs. When I did fall asleep, I slept like a rock, Looking at my phone, I saw it was almost 8 a.m. Warm light poured into the tent, and when I stepped out, my breath was taken away. The orange of the leaves that covered the forest floor had turned into a golden carpet in the morning light. Even the shadows had this warm, rich orange to them. Holy shit, I whispered. I looked over at Jack. He was stirring a pan of scrambled eggs with a wooden spoon. He didn't look anywhere near as happy as me, which was strange. I dropped my smile. "What's up with you? This is amazing," I said, gesturing to the forest. "It is, but I don't hear anything." "Well, you can hear me. I mean, I don't hear any birds, insects, animals, nothing." "Well, maybe they finally went to sleep," I grumbled. "At least the birds should be up. They go crazy in the mornings." "So what are you worried about? What does that mean?" Jack shrugged and looked at me. It was like he was trying to find the right words to say. But I knew that look better than most. It was usually the look my family gave me when delivering bad news. But this time, it seemed genuine. "There might be a predator in the area," he said. I looked all around. The spot had another plus. You could see farther without the hills and bushes. I didn't see anything, but I kept looking while I spoke to him. "So what's the plan?" I asked. "Pack up and slowly make our way back to the car? Or do we run for it?" "Neither," he said. "It's probably passing through the area. We'll know when we hear the birds again. Just keep your eyes open for now." I trusted him enough to take what he said as fact. I was also hungry enough to not care too much about a predator in the area, so I just enjoyed my food. We ate in relative silence and just spent our time watching all around. It was only after I had eaten that I noticed how loud the silence really was. I couldn't hear more than a few creaks of bending trees. It was in that silence that my imagination had all the tools it needed to construct all sorts of possibilities. Bears, wolves, maybe a wild cat like a mountain lion. Those things blended in well. I knew that from the posters in the camping store. When your mind is devising a nightmare, your body can sometimes tense up without you really knowing it. Mine tensed up in such a way that my breathing got weird. I looked at Jack. He was shaking a canteen. Empty. We decided that sticking around was only making this feeling worse, and that we would walk to the river instead. Even with the fear in my heart, or perhaps because of it, I was keen to get the hell out of that area. Whatever it was could rip our tent and stuff to pieces. I didn't care. As long as I wasn't in the sleeping bag when that happened, I was fine. "Don't we need to filter this water?" I asked, dipping my hand into the ice-cold river. "It's moving mountain water," Jack said. "There's not much in it that can hurt you, and the filter built into the cap will take care of the rest for you." "I was wondering why this bottle you made me buy was so damn expensive," I said. We could hear birds and other animals now, so we were pretty relaxed again. We were also banking on the idea that the predator would move on by the time we got back. We put a pin in it and just tried to enjoy the morning, discussing the possibility of fishing, even though we didn't bring any fishing equipment. I had almost completely settled when I noticed something in the dark water. It was pale, with a cool hue thanks to the water. I didn't know what to make of it at first, cocking my head to the side, as if the different angle would help me understand. The object twisted, and it was only when it had completely spread out and floated to the top of the waters that I realized it was a body. What the hell? Jack saw it too. Did somebody drown? I asked, the cold feeling filling me. Is that person? I don't know, Jack said, immediately taking action and walking alongside the river after it. I followed close behind him. We sometimes looked at where we stepped, but that didn't stop us from stumbling as we saw the figure twist and turn. There was something wrong with it. The person didn't wear any clothing, and their body was deformed. It drifted close enough to the shore that Jack could reach out and grab one of the limbs. With a disgusted face, he grabbed on and quickly pulled it, dragging the corpse onto the shore. He was quick to release it and wipe his hand on his jeans. The two of us looked down at it, mute and disturbed. The body itself was scrawny, but the head was slightly large. The fingers appeared normal at first, but the way they curled in on each other, it was like it had far too many joints. As for the head itself, the eyes were just 2 dots. The mouth, no more than a slit. Not a single hair on its head either. It made the flesh seem more puffy. Jack, we need to call somebody, I told him. This guy's been floating in the water a long time. His flesh is all waterlogged. Like, just his head? No, this guy isn't. I mean, look at his... What? Between his legs. I couldn't see what he was talking about, but when I moved over to where he was standing, I saw something that definitely was not on any anatomy poster I'd ever seen. I don't know how to describe it, and quite frankly, I don't really want to. I studied the face again and tried to comprehend how its nose could be so sunken, or the eyes so small. But when I concluded that that's just how it looked, I realized what Jack had realized. It wasn't human. The inky dots that were its eyes seemed fixed on the sky, its small mouth agape, unmoving. It looked sad, and we looked like a pair of fish staring at it. I don't know how many minutes of silence passed before we realized it was just that quiet. There weren't any birds, no insects. By the time it finally registered, our thoughts were interrupted by the crunch of leaves under a large foot. Turning around, we saw a huge brown bear lumbering out from the tree line towards the river. I don't think I ever realized how large bears could get. I guess I could only ever compare it to the mooses I saw in Brother Bear. But then again, I've never seen a moose either. It was huge. It had more muscle in one of its limbs than I had in my entire body. A walking, clawed tank. And it was looking right at us. Okay, easy now, Jack said, speaking half to the bear and half to me. Don't look it in the eyes. Do exactly as I say, and we'll both be fine, okay? I nodded, then realized he couldn't see me nod, so I squeaked out a yes. One paw was all it would take to crush me. Could I outrun a bear? Research after the encounter told me no, but it was definitely on my mind at the time. Back away, slowly. Don't turn your back on it, Jack said. Say something. Talk to it calmly. I don't want to speak to it, I said, trying to match his tone but failing. I'm barely keeping it together. Just keep backing away. You're doing fine. Stand tall now. Don't shrivel up. We're in hot water, not cold. Fuck, man. We had backed up a significant distance. The bear itself had slowed down a lot. I tried to keep from looking at it directly, but whenever I looked away, I couldn't help myself. Bears have almost human-like lips. It had them pursed, as if sighing, looking up towards the trees across the river. It didn't see us as a threat, and this thought was helping. I fed into it, whispering little things like, "It's going to be okay," and "Nothing to it. You're doing great." "Yes, you are, man," Jack said. "Now, let's just hang around here for a moment. See if it'll leave us alone before we head back to camp." It wasn't something I wanted to do, but Jack took up a spot beside a tree and waited. I did the same. We continued to watch the bear as it walked over to the pale corpse we found. It sniffed at it like a dog, and with bated breath, we watched on as the inevitable happened. The bear leaned down and bit into the side of him. We saw the teeth dig into the skin. We saw inky blood. It was horrific, but it got so much worse when this thing started to yell and writhe in the bear's maw. It had this broken yell, much like a chirrup or buzzing insect. Its legs kicked out and its hands flailed, but the bear didn't stop. It placed its paw on its head, pinning it to the ground, and pulled. The flesh snapped like rubber when it was torn apart. The head was completely removed. The scream had ceased, yet the body continued to squirm. It clutched the bear's head, trying to pull open the jaw. But the bear continued. I felt sick to my stomach. Even when torn to pieces, parts of this thing still lived and acted as if they were still part of one whole. The head itself was half pressed into the ground, the dark eyes unable to look anywhere except in our direction. The tiny mouth was moving, still screaming, but without anything to fuel it. "Let's get the fuck out of here," I said to Jack. Without another word, I turned around and I left. Jack followed after. We made our way right back to camp, packed up, and we began to walk back to the car. We encountered nothing more. No more bears or pale, human-like things. We just drove home. Right now, I wish I could give you more, but at the same time, I'm glad that I have no more to share. I am happy enough to let this story become something that just happened. I would be happy if the thoughts going through my mind to be put on paper here were the last thoughts I have of it. Although, I know that's never going to happen. The last thing Jack ever said about any of it was that it could have been a lot worse. It was lucky that we didn't get hurt. Yet, seeing that deathless mauling, it fucked me up for months. My thoughts, my sleep, everything. It's one of those images that are burned into your eyes. So every time you blink, you see a flash of it. I see its face. I see its hand grabbing and releasing the dirt, as if that would save it. I know it's messed with Jack too. I don't think he's gone camping in a long time. I know I never will. But for him, it's something far more important. To change his life like that, yeah, it's really gotten to him. And after some half-hearted attempts to learn more, we still have no idea what we found in that river.